Hello, risers. Today we are sitting Shiva for the second most important person to ever come out of Israel, Daniel Kahneman. And I'm not going to do it all live. I just want to do this bit live to make sure that I get something online quickly. And then now I'm going to record a video and we're going to read through the work from the first and second most important people to come out of Israel, Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky. Daniel Kahneman passed yesterday. Woke up to a text from my dad. Kahneman dead. He was, as the Wikipedia article has been quick to, because I had to check. I didn't know whether I was still half asleep or what. And boom, the Wikipedia article. Daniel Kahneman was an Israeli-American psychologist. So it's kind of weird because there are a lot of shoulders that I stand on. And this is the first shoulder that, while I've been working, has been alive and is now dead. Honestly, it's the main shoulder I stand on. So, and if you know me, you know how much I've talked about that you have to read Thinking Fast and Slow otherwise. Well, I haven't really said this to you, but what I should have said, and what I'm saying now in honor of Kahneman, is otherwise I can't take you seriously. I can't talk to you. So, Thinking Fast and Slow. It's just in memory of Amos Tversky, of course. So we're just going to jump around randomly. And so in the first part, he introduces the two systems, System 1 and System 2. And he talks about heuristics and biases. Then part 3 is overconfidence. Part 4 is choices. Part 5 is two selves. And so there you go. Anything else I want to say now? I think I was kind of hoping that at least one person would just click on a video for like 5 seconds. So I could be mourning with someone. And I didn't just change the angle. I also removed the cushion here. Okay, I guess I'll mourn by myself and record, and we'll go through some of this stuff, and yeah, I'll get to see some of the stuff that inspired me, some of the stuff that maybe I didn't understand back then, see whether I understand it now, see whether it's something I'd forgotten about that I forgot to take into consideration, and so. All right, so shalom. And yeah, that's it. I mean, you're supposed to kind of be silent when you're sitting Shiva. So let's just. And maybe I'll read some of the letter I sent him. I didn't get a response, but it does remind me. Oh, I already checked him off. Yeah. So, okay. And then fudge, there's one more thing that came to mind. Oh yeah, well, just that I think the letter is probably terrible and embarrassing, but that's okay. This is just about paying our respects to him. Okay. Great. So it'll all be in the video. Now what? How do I? Oh, okay. So as I said in the live, we are sitting Shiva for Kahneman, the second most important person to come out of Israel after Amos Tversky. So I guess I and he's the Nobel Prize winning psychologist, won the Nobel Prize for prospect theory, for his contribution to economics, for getting at least economic theory to sort of realize that humans are not rational. And when that's based on his research, with Israel against the Arabs. And we'll see some of the stuff he was... No, this doesn't have anything to do with it. Oh, here, but look at this. What it's open to are 2 lines. Anyway, so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be reading from Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman, based on his research with Amos Tversky. Yeah, we're going to see what kind of... I'm going to get excited about some stuff. Oh my gosh, yeah, he was saying that back then. Why don't y'all listen to me? And maybe there's going to be stuff where it's like, oh, I forgot about that. So that feels like it conflicts with my current theory. So we're going to talk about that. So we're just kind of touching base with not quite the book that started all, but the real catalyst for my understanding of the mind. The book that kind of started all was Freakonomics, and then the next was maybe Unthinking, and then the next was Predictably Irrational. And then after that, 2014, this is published in 2011. 2014, I read this, and because Freakonomics, that was back in 2005. Unthinking, 2009. Predictably Irrational, also 2009. And then 2014, Thinking Fast and Slow, and things start to make sense. So there we go. And of course, this is a really big deal that he passed yesterday, or that he passed, because I knew he was old, but I always imagined, I just liked the little fantasy of us having a conversation one day. And this is the only... this is my dude. Anybody who knows me. So, but also I think it's the only researcher. I'm young, so yeah. So this is the first researcher that I was inspired by during his lifetime to now no longer be alive. Which I woke up to that information this morning. Saw a message from my dad. Thought, I wonder what he's got to say. Yesterday we sort of had a little bit of an argument because he doesn't think I'm open-minded enough about his rejections of my ideas about the mind, and I don't even feel like he's let me explain my ideas about the mind. And I would like to, and that's what I was asking for. And he was like, "But you don't give me a chance to tell you you're wrong. You haven't given me a chance." Anyway. And got very drunk yesterday and very upset, yelled at my mom and out of frustration, and so yeah, Kahneman's gone. Kahneman's Kahneman. Kahneman's Kahneman. Also, yesterday I wrote some little lyrics. I was thinking about this guy named Alan from 6 years ago when I was in Paris. He was a customer in my store. He was American from Tennessee and living in Paris, and was depressed. And we hung out a few times. He was older, and but I think my life was going a little bit too well. Maybe I was a little bit too happy, even though I could really relate and didn't love being on Earth. I had a girlfriend. Things were still, things were good enough for where, he had a whole family, and gosh, he was just dead in the eyes, bro. And then, I don't know, at some point I texted him and he didn't respond. So I always just thought he just didn't want to be my friend. But then yesterday I was thinking about that. Because yesterday I was like, oh God, fuck this. I'm committing to, I don't know y'all nothing. Every extra day I stay here, it's just, should just be a treat for anybody who wants me to still, be around. And, but I'm not promising you anything else. I'm ready to go. And so I wrote this. There was a guy I wanted to call because he'd get it. There was a guy I wanted to call because he'd get it. His wife answered because he did it. And then as I saw that on my big new whiteboard, that's what I wrote yesterday. Saw that on my big new my whiteboard, and I guess you could kind of reinterpret it as being for Kahneman. Not that Kahneman ended his own life, but there's two things that I want to connect with someone about, or maybe three things, but two of them are my displeasure in this world. I want to feel understood and validated on that. And the other one is the work that I've been doing. Someone to hear the idea and be able to entertain it with me and explore it with me. And by the way, I usually think that I want to achieve truth. And so for that, it's super important to be open-minded. And I think naturally, I am compulsively open-minded. Evidence still affects me. So it's not like if there's a bunch of evidence for this thing and no evidence for this thing, every time this thing pops up, I'm just ditching the other thing. But I do very confused now. I know this thing has a lot of evidence, but this person's really confident about this. Oh, what do I do? What's going on? What's true? Anyway, what was I saying? What was the point of that? The point was that, yeah, I used to think that in order for an individual I used to think that my goal was to sort of discover truth and to be the best scientist that I can, or the best philosopher that I can, and just tread carefully. And anytime someone tells me I'm wrong, be prepared to change directions. But that's actually pretty selfish. It's actually not about me having truth. It's about the species having truth. And actually, the way that we evolved for this community to get truth is for its members to be exploring their thing. So if you imagine as us looking for treasure, I could be looking around at where everybody else is looking And every time I start to go somewhere to look, oh, I'm going to go over to that tree over there, and someone says, nah, the treasure ain't over there. I go, oh, okay. And, and then maybe I'll go here. But I think that I think there is evidence that it might be this way. No? Oh, gosh. That is selfish. It's not my job to get the treasure for me. It's, if anything, it's sort of my job to tell the community that it isn't over there. Or, if I get lucky, to be able to tell the community, hey, there it is. But it's not about me. It's about the community. So, yeah, for having truth, open-mindedness is really important. For contributing to truth, it kind of isn't, unless you're, of course, being an obstacle to other ideas. So if you have absolutely no evidence that you're on the right trail, and you're just like, everybody, hurry up. Well, I mean, I am doing that, but I think I have a lot of evidence, and I swear to God, it's gold. But some people need to come over here and test it. But if you don't have evidence, and you're stopping other people from searching elsewhere, and you're blah blah, then that's problematic. But if you're just over there going, hey guys, I think I found something, but you're not, I think if you give me the benefit of the doubt, you understand what I'm saying. So, it would be, I mean, I'm so compulsive about trying to find truth myself that I don't really believe in putting blinders on and going, but I know that is sort of maybe worthwhile. And I wish that, oh my gosh, we're supposed to be sitting shivah not for my dad, for Daniel Kahneman, for my, anyway, so let's focus on Kahneman and what he contributed to our search for truth, and specifically how I think that I am sort of picking up where he and Darwin left off. Can you actually just give me a second to refocus? Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to jump right into it now. As you should know, go to the description and watch the previous video. So that's where I explain sort of what we're doing. Or don't, whatever. But we're sitting shivah for Daniel Kahneman. I just spent 10 minutes, well, maybe 5 minutes talking about Daniel Kahneman, and then I started talking about my relationship with my father by accident. So anyway, now what we're going to do is we're going to be reading from Thinking Fast and Slow. As part of the morning process. Shit, what was it open to? Oh yeah, it's open to. So a second ago, I was open this page when I opened it up, random page, and there's 2 lines here where I say I have yes period read. So maybe if I hold it up and then I'll freeze frame on it, that you can be. Is that good? Okay. So we are in chapter or part, page 204. We are in part 3, overconfidence. Chapter 19, the illusion of understanding. I'll read the paragraph. I'll read these 3 paragraphs, and I'll shut in. I didn't show you the other paragraph. I don't want to do a whole lot of editing. We're mourning. Okay, that's the last time I'm gonna be able to do that because we're mourning. All right. So page 204. The worse the consequence, the greater the hindsight bias. In the case of a catastrophe such as 9/11, We are especially ready to believe that the officials who failed to anticipate it were negligent or blind. On July 10, 2001, the Central Intelligence Agency obtained information that Al-Qaeda might be planning a major attack against the United States. George Tenet, director of the CIA, brought the information not to President George W. Bush, but to National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. When the facts later emerged, Ben Bradley, the legendary executive editor of the Washington Post, declared, "It seems to me elementary that if you've got the story that's going to dominate history, you might as well go right to the president." Seems to me elementary that if you've got the story that's going to dominate history, you might as well go right to the president. But on July 10, no one knew, or could have known, that this tidbit of intelligence would turn out to dominate history. So here we go. Because adherence to standard operating procedures is difficult to second guess, decision makers who expect to have their decisions scrutinized with hindsight are driven to bureaucratic solutions and to an extreme reluctance to take risks. As malpractice litigation became more common, physicians changed their procedures in multiple ways, ordered more tests, referred more cases to specialists, applied conventional treatments even when they were unlikely to help. These actions protected the physicians more than they benefited the patients, creating the potential for conflicts of interest. Increased accountability is a mixed blessing. Although hindsight and the outcome bias generally foster risk aversion, they also bring undeserved rewards to irresponsible risk seekers, such as a general or an entrepreneur who took a crazy gamble and won. Leaders who have been lucky are never punished for having taken too much risk. Instead, they are believed to have had the flair and foresight to anticipate success, and the sensible people who doubted them are seen in hindsight as mediocre, timid, and weak. That was the other line that A few lucky gambles can crown a reckless leader with a halo of prescience, and boldness. I know you're not really supposed to talk when you're sitting, Shivah, but can I lie down like this? Can I relax a little bit? So maybe we'll look at some of this, my different pages that as I was reading were I thought important. All right, so by the way, Daniel Kahneman, I think, lived mainly in 3 countries. Israel. Wait. Oh no, of course he went to Israel later. So I don't know whether he was born in France. Oh, no. Oh, right. His family was visiting Israel. I just saw this in Wikipedia. I didn't know this before. Okay. His family was visiting Israel when he was born. So he was born in Israel, then go back to France. There's some stories, about how he's trying to escape the Nazis and, in Vichy France. And then, of course, the U.S., where he was professor of psychology at Princeton. But I think he was also at someplace else, maybe in California. I don't remember. Let's read I've got some lines here. So apparently I've had people read these first paragraphs before when I've shown them this book. So let's read these paragraphs. So at the very beginning, introduction. Every author, I suppose, has in mind a setting in which readers of his or her work could benefit from having read it. Mine is the proverbial office water cooler, where opinions are shared and gossip is exchanged. I hope to enrich the vocabulary that people use when they talk about the judgments and choices of others, the company's new policies, or a colleague's investment decisions. Why be concerned with gossip? Because it is much easier, as well as far more enjoyable, to identify and label the mistakes of others than to recognize our own. Questioning what we believe and want is difficult at the best of times, and especially difficult when we most need to do it. But we can benefit from the informed opinions of others. Informed opinions of others. Many of us spontaneously anticipate how friends and colleagues will evaluate our choices. The quality and content of these anticipated judgments, therefore, matters. The expectation of intelligent gossip is a powerful motive for serious self-criticism, more powerful than New Year resolutions to improve one's decision-making at work and at home. To be a good diagnostician, a physician needs to acquire a large set of labels for diseases, each of which binds an idea of the illness. I'm sorry, I don't know whether this is Sonia or Kahneman, but oh my gosh, feeling a lot of anxiety. Chill out, bro. All right. To be a good diagnostician, a physician needs to acquire a large set of labels for diseases, each of which binds an idea of the illness and its symptoms, possible antecedents and causes, possible developments and consequences, and possible interventions to cure or mitigate the illness. Learning medicine consists in part of learning the language of medicine. A deeper understanding of judgments and choices also require a richer vocabulary than is available in everyday language. The hope for informed gossip is that there are distinct patterns in the errors people make. Systematic errors are known as biases, and they recur predictably in particular circumstances. When the handsome and confident speaker bounds onto the stage, for example, you can anticipate that the audience will judge his comments more favorably than he deserves. The availability of a diagnostic label for this bias, the halo effect, makes it easier to anticipate, recognize, and understand. When you are asked, oh fuck, and that my shoulder's hurting, what is going on? When you are asked what you are thinking about, you can normally answer, watch. You believe you know what goes on in your mind, which often consists of one conscious thought leading in an orderly way to another. That is not the only way the mind works, nor indeed is that the typical way. Most impressions and thoughts arise in your conscious experience without your knowing how they got there. He talks about consciousness so well. He doesn't talk about it as like an agent. He just a level of awareness of the mind. You cannot trace how you came to the belief that there is a lamp on the desk in front of you, or how you detected a hint of irritation in your spouse's voice on the telephone, or how you managed to avoid a threat on the road before you became consciously aware of it. The mental work that produces impressions, intuitions, and many decisions goes on in silence in our mind. Much of the discussion in this book is about biases of intuition. However, the focus on error does not denigrate human intelligence any more than the attention to diseases in medical text denies global health. I underline that with blue, but most of us are healthy most of the time, and most of our judgments and actions are appropriate most of the time. He's going to explain it really well, how the constituent parts of our reasoning, the shortcuts, the heuristics, the errors that we make are actually things that are generally appropriate. I don't know that I mean, the world has changed so much, and those biases and heuristics haven't been able to keep up in terms of their evolution. So I'm not. Anyway, most of us are healthy most of the time, and most of our judgments and actions are appropriate most of the time. As we navigate our lives, we normally allow ourselves to be guided by impressions and feelings. Oh, and I wrote back in 2014, nope, next, that sentence about where most of our judgments and actions are appropriate most of the time. And then I wrote, well, okay. As we navigate our lives, we normally allow ourselves to be guided by impressions and feelings, and the confidence we have in our intuitive beliefs and preferences is usually justified, but not always. We are often confident even when we are wrong, and an objective observer is more likely to detect our errors than we are. So this is my aim for water cooler conversations: improve the ability to identify and understand errors of judgment and choice in others and eventually in ourselves by providing a richer and more precise language to discuss them. In at least some cases, an accurate diagnosis may suggest an intervention to limit the damage that bad judgments and choices often cause. You know, I remembered the whole water cooler thing, but not his emphasis on enriching the language. The way I remembered it was that he wants, at the water cooler, because it's so pervasive, because it's such a common sort of moment of employees in an office, I don't know, in the kitchen together or something, or, you know, whatever. And just chatting. And so yeah, he wanted for it to be a very common, normal thing that when we're having our normal, basic conversations about someone's actions, that we're including in that sort of the real stuff that's been identified by research, you know? So we say, oh, but do you see that new hire? That looks like a halo effect to me. I mean, you know, his resume is all right, but I honestly, I think he's just tall and handsome, and that's why. All right, well, that sounds like that would be quite hurtful for that guy, but look, gossip happens, and I thought it was just about introducing these words and so on, or these ideas, the fact that there are biases and so on. I had forgotten, or maybe I hadn't even really registered at the time, because well, I hadn't yet created my own vocabulary or my own language and so on. So I probably didn't even really process that. But gosh, and how encouraging. And I got words like, because of how much he talks about risk aversion, in, for instance, prospect theory. So in my vocabulary, to averse something is to be averse to something. Just a simple grammatical thing. And yeah, Kahneman. I have made words to talk about these things, and also without sort of the negative, without sort of the attribution of malevolence, or, you know, intentional malevolence that is implicit in our everyday language and our everyday concept of the mind, where everything that a person does, they know what they're doing, they know what the consequences are, and they wanted those consequences. So rather than, you know, someone at the water cooler being like, oh my gosh, he's so, he just thinks that only beautiful people should work here. He just wants to only be able to see beautiful people. I hate him so much. This isn't a fucking modeling agency. Did you see that new guy he hired? He only wants him here because the guy's handsome. No, instead, oh man, boss probably doesn't even realize that someone should say something, but his halo ex-livered in that hiring process, and it's done that a few times before. I mean, no offense, but even I mean, you know, I think you've been a great addition to the team, but those first months were rocky, and you know, you had to learn a lot of stuff. And I think they really, I mean, it was a time when we needed people who were already caught up, you know. It's amazing the progress that you made, and now, you know, it's everything's great, but I think you only got hired because of your beautiful eyes. And we can just say, yeah, that ex-livered. I wonder whether boss yeps that. Like whether he actually thinks it's good to have beautiful people, or whether it's just a halo it. You know, so great. Okay, next. So Origins. Let's read one paragraph of Origins. This book, we're on page 4. This book, and we're just right after where we left off. This book presents my current understanding of judgment decision-making, which has been shaped by psychological discoveries of recent decades. However, I trace the central ideas to the lucky day in 1969 when I asked a colleague to speak as a guest to a seminar I was teaching in the Department of Psychology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Amos Tversky was considered a rising star in the field of decision research, indeed in anything he did, so I knew we would have an interesting time. Many people who knew Amos thought he was the most intelligent person they had ever met. He was brilliant, voluble, and charismatic. He was also blessed with a perfect memory for jokes and an exceptional ability to use them to make a point. There was never a dull moment when Amos was around. He was then 32. I was 35. Daniel, you died in my 33rd year, which people reminded me is, it's my 33rd, and it's the year I have no future in this world, and I'm so okay with that. And we can say I started thinking that at 32, like sort of seriously feeling right about it. Maybe I'll go at 35. But of course, it does make you go, shit. They met when they were 32 and 35. The things they accomplished after that, these two. And as I've mentioned, these are the two most important people to ever come out of Israel. And so Amos Tversky has been gone for a while. He didn't even live long enough to get in the 90s. Was that in the 90s that they got the Nobel Prize? I mean, he couldn't be awarded because it can't be awarded posthumously. Maybe it wasn't in the 90s. Maybe it was in the 2000s. We're morning, so it's okay if there's a bit of silence. Hold on. I gotta turn on the Wi-Fi and stuff. Oh, so should we guess something? So a couple different numbers have popped in my head. 91, 96, 99, 2005. You know what? I'm going to go 2008. Final answer. And we're not going to because we know that the hindsight is going to liver. It's going to be like, oh, no, I knew it. Because let's say it's one of the ones I said. I'm like, that's the one that I thought it was. Nope. 2008 doesn't feel right, though. Okay, let's go 2007. No, let's go 2006. Oh, jeez. Watch, if it's 2008, I'm like, oh, I fucking knew it. But no, that's the hindsight it. All right, what are we doing? 2006? All right. Kahneman Nobel Prize year. (2002). But 6 years after Tversky's death, And I was doing a lot of 6s and 9s, right? And I was about to say, by that this hindsight is incredible, but I was literally going to say, I'm glad I'm going 2006 because I do feel like there's a 6 involved. I didn't really know that. Oh, and so Tversky died in 96. I don't think I really knew that, though. In 2002, 6 years after Tversky's death, Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in economics for their models of how intuitive reasoning is flawed in predictable ways. Or just reasoning. Great. So what do we want to read next? All right. They talk about the librarian, Linda. Oh, no. They're talking about a guy named Steve, but I guess it's the same thing. As you consider the next question, bottom page 6, as you consider the next question, please assume that Steve was selected at random from a representative sample. Page 7. An individual has been described by a neighbor as follows. Steve is very shy and withdrawn, invariably helpful, but with little interest in people or in the world of reality. A meek and tidy soul, he has a need for order and structure and a passion for detail. Is Steve more likely to be a librarian or a farmer? The resemblance of Steve's personality to that of a stereotypical librarian strikes everyone immediately. And I did not understand this. And you can see I have written here in the margins, I don't understand this. Why can't we guess that the minority of males who are meek are also drawn to the minority role of male librarian? Seems like such gibberish to me now, but I remember how hard understanding the Linda problem was at first for me, or the Steve problem in this case. All right, so the resemblance of Steve's personality to that of a stereotypical librarian strikes everyone immediately, but equally relevant statistical considerations are almost always ignored. Did it occur to you that there are more than 20 male farmers for each male librarian in the United States? Because there are so many more farmers, it is almost certain that more meek and tidy souls will be found on tractors than at library information desks. However, we found that participants in our experiment ignored the relevant statistical facts and relied exclusively on resemblance. We proposed that they used resemblance as a simplifying heuristic, roughly a rule of thumb. To make a difficult judgment, the reliance on the heuristic caused predictable biases, systematic errors in their predictions. On another occasion, Amos and I wondered about the rate of divorce among professors in our university. We noticed that the question triggered a search of memory for divorced professors we knew about, and that we judged the size of categories by the ease with which instances came to mind. We called this reliance on the ease of memory search the availability heuristic. In one of our studies, we asked participants to answer a simple question about words in a typical English text. Consider the letter K. Is K more likely to appear in the first letter in a word, as the first letter in a word, or as the third letter? As any Scrabble player knows, it is much easier to come up with words that begin with a particular letter than to find words that have the same letter in the third position. This is true for every letter of the alphabet. We therefore expected respondents to exaggerate the frequency of letters appearing in the first position, even those letters such as K, L, N, R, V, which in fact occur more frequently in the third position. Here again, the reliance on a heuristic produces a predictable bias in judgments. I'm noticing that the way he uses the word bias, I like it. It's like it's not like an element in the mind so much as an element of the results of the mind. That's good. For example, I recently came to doubt my long-held impression that adultery is more common among politicians than among physicians or lawyers. I had even come up with explanations for that fact, including the aphrodisiac effect of power and the temptations of life away from home. I eventually realized that the transgressions of politicians are much more likely to be reported than the transgressions of lawyers and doctors. My intuitive impression could be due entirely to journalists' choices of topics and to my reliance on the availability heuristic. All right, let me pee real quick. We got a very important line coming. Maybe I can pee while I read it. So we've moved down on page 8. The third line of the the last line of the third to last paragraph. Okay. All right. We're gonna read this whole third to last paragraph. So the second complete paragraph. Oh, is this disrespectful to a shivah? Shit. Also, I'm getting it all over the floor. God damn it. Why didn't I go outside? I'm sorry. Okay, so historians of science have often noted that at any given time, scholars in a particular field tend to share basic assumptions about their subject. Social scientists are no exception. They rely on a view of human nature that provides the background of most discussions of specific behaviors, but is rarely questioned. Social scientists in the 1970s broadly accepted two ideas. All right, hold on, just give me a second, sorry. All right. Social scientists in the 1970s broadly accepted two ideas about human nature. First, people are generally rational and their thinking is normally sound. Second, emotions such as fear, affection, and hatred explain most of the occasions on which people depart from rationality. Our article challenged both assumptions without discussing them directly. We documented systematic errors in the thinking of normal people, and we traced these errors to the design of the machinery of cognition, rather than to the corruption of thought by emotion. That was major for me. I wrote O next to it. Right, that's why Kahneman was so major for me, because it's not about emotion. It's about the system. It's about the its. Guys, this is such perfect timing, isn't it? I mean, not that, but my dad really threw me off with, slapping all my doubt instincts. And, yeah. What did I write here on page 9? Steve likes men. Is it more likely that he is gay or straight? Oh, but there are more straight men than gay men. I really had trouble understanding the Steve problem. But of course, the description of Steve is not akin to saying Steve likes men and then asking, so is Steve straight or gay? It's because if you're saying Steve likes men, that guarantees what category he's in. But just that he's tidy or keeps to himself or whatever, that doesn't actually mean that's not like by definition a librarian. What's this other note I put? I get that as example, but the same list, the diff wasn't explained, but the same / talked about. But the same list, I get that as example. On the same, no, but the same list, the diff wasn't explained. So that's next to the following paragraph. The use of demonstrations on page 9, on this last complete paragraph. The use of demonstrations provided scholars from diverse disciplines, notably philosophers and economists, an unusual opportunity to observe possible flaws in their own thinking. Having seen themselves fail, they became more likely to question the dogmatic assumption prevalent at the time that the human mind is rational and logical. The choice of method was crucial. If we had reported results of only 8 conventional experiments, the article would have been less noteworthy and less memorable. Furthermore, skeptical readers could have distanced themselves from the results by attributing judgment errors to the familiar fecklessness of undergraduates. The typical participants in psychological studies. Of undergraduates, the typical participants in psychological studies. Oh yeah, so that those experiments don't tell us about humans. Those are just feckless undergraduates. Those are just undergraduates who we all know are feckless anyway. I'm sorry, I'm kind of I would normally have paraphrased, but I'm not entirely sure what. Isn't it like capricious? Feckless. I circled too. Oh, right. Lacking initiative or strength of character, irresponsible, incompetent, worthless. So yeah, so undergraduates are just dumb. Okay, all right. I had forgotten. I have no recollection of even knowing what that meant. But the piece of feckless. I feel like I've used that, but I don't think I used it that way. So, oops. Of course, we did not choose demonstrations over standard experiments because we wanted to influence philosophers and economists. We preferred demonstrations because they were more fun. And we were likely, so they did these demonstrations where they're like, yo, philosophers, economists, bat and ball problem. Give me the answer. See, that's the wrong answer. See what your intuition did there? We preferred demonstrations because they were more fun, and we were lucky in our choice of method as well as in many other ways. A recurrent theme of this book is that luck plays a large role in every story of success. It is almost always easy to identify a small change in the story that would have turned a remarkable achievement into a mediocre outcome. Our story was no exception. That's what I would end up doing when I would have panic attack. Not before I have a panic attack, when I had OCD or when I was having anxiety. Something just pound on my chest and and then that's the thing that's experienced rather than the inside. So I don't know what my note was about. Something I didn't understand, but I think that I understand now. I was saying that I get that this gay thing as an example isn't the same. But I get that as an example isn't the same, but the difference wasn't explained. Why my gay thing isn't is how it's different. So I think we understand now. All right, page 13, the next underlined thing, and this is in blue, which means important. All right, so we'll read the last paragraph at the top of the page. So the second paragraph. The distinctions between fast and slow thinking have been explored by many psychologists over the last 25 years. For reasons that I explain more fully in the next chapter, I describe mental life by the metaphor of 2 agents, called System 1 and System 2, which respectively produce fast and slow thinking. I speak of the features of intuitive and deliberate thought as if they were traits and dispositions of two characters in your mind. In the picture that emerges from recent research, the intuitive system 1 is more influential than your experience tells you, and it is the secret author of many of the choices and judgments you make. Most of this book is about the workings of System 1 and the mutual influences between it and System 2. So, in my vocabulary, because it's not two agents, it's tons and tons of gears in the mind. Right? And if you want, you can sort of break them up into two teams, System 1 and System 2. So we have a one-it, W-O-N-I-T, which is in it that's easy to slap, gets slapped quickly when presented with a stimulus, and it ex-livers a decision based on salient features and just the way it's set up. System 2-its, called 2-its, T-U-I-T, 2-it. System 2-it only gets activated if the whole system feels like it has time to do it. The System 2-it is going to engage more with the other its rather than producing something immediately. And it's not about sort of time. It's just like a one-it is, but System 2-it's going to, different System 2-its are talking and interact. Yeah, so. But they make better use of the information available than a one-it does. All right, there you go. What's next? So that's the end of the introduction. He introduces the characters of the story, and it looks like I've got a colored line here, so something I've asked people to read when I've handed them this book. Chapter 1, the characters of the story. To observe your mind in automatic mode, glance at the image below. Your experience as you look at the woman's face seamlessly combines what we normally call seeing and intuitive thinking. Hold on, it's raining. Let me just bring my chair inside. You want to come inside, buddy? Sit Shivah with me. All right, inside. I gotta remove your cushion, buddy, because you're sitting Shivah. Oh no. All right, you can go up there. Go up there, buddy. Or you can be on the ground. Okay. Your experience as you look at the woman's face seamlessly combines what we normally call seeing and intuitive thinking. As surely and quickly as you saw that the young woman's hair is dark, you knew she is angry. Furthermore, what you saw extended into the future. You sense that this woman is about to say some very unkind words, probably in a loud and strident voice. A premonition of what she was going to do next came to mind automatically and effortlessly. You did not intend to assess her mood or to anticipate what she might do, and your reaction to the picture did not have the feel of something you did. It just happened to you. It was an instance of fast thinking. 2-its, by the way, whatever consciousness is, whatever network or awareness. Maybe it's a certain level of interconnectivity between its. Um, that will happen more with the interaction between system to its. Those will sort of be experienced more so, or rather than one its. I mean, there's a half it, which is not even like well, it is a one it, but it's like a reflex. Doesn't even make it up to the mind. Just go spinal cord, boom. That's, and then there are one its, of course, that are up here as well. But if it's a one it, then that means it's probably not as kit in the sit stem, and maybe that's why it doesn't reach awareness, or it's not tied to memory or working memory or something like that. Okay. Now look at the following problem. It's 17 times 24. You knew immediately that this is a multiplication problem, and probably knew that you could solve it with paper and pencil, if not without. You also had some vague intuitive knowledge of the range of possible results. You would be quick to recognize that both 12,609 and 123 are implausible. Without spending some time on the problem, however, you would not be certain that the answer is not 568. A precise solution did not come to mind, and you felt that you could a precise solution did not come to mind, and you felt that you could choose whether or not to engage in the computation. If you have not done so yet, you should attempt the multiplication problem now, completing at least part of it. Okay, so 10 times 24 is 240. 7 times 24 is 168. 168 plus 240. I mean, I know what the answer is, so yeah. And that's right. Okay. No, it's, what did I, 240. I didn't say 200. 240. Yeah, great. Okay. If you have, because it's just 7 times 25 minus 7. 7 times 25, that's 1 less than 8 times 25. So it's 175, and then take away 7. Wait, what? Yeah. A precise solution, you experience slow thinking as you proceeded through a sequence of steps. You first retrieved from memory the cognitive program for multiplication that you learned in school. Then you implemented it. Carrying out the computation was a strain. You felt the burden of holding much material in memory, as you needed to keep track of where you were and of where you were going while holding on to the intermediate result. The process was mental work, deliberate, effortful, and orderly, a prototype of slow thinking. The computation was not only an event in your mind. Your body was also involved. Your muscles tensed up, your blood pressure rose, and your heart rate increased. Someone looking closely at your eyes while you tackled this problem would have seen your pupils dilate. Your pupils contracted back to normal size as soon as you ended your work, when you found the answer, which was 408, by the way, or when you gave up. Subsection 2, systems. Psychologists have been intensely interested for several decades in the two modes of thinking evoked by the picture of the angry woman and by the multiplication problem, and have offered many labels for them. I adopt terms originally proposed by the psychologists Keith Stanovich and Richard West. I never knew who it was. I'm always careful to say that Kahneman is the one who promoted this, but I did not know who actually did it. And we'll refer to two systems in the mind, system one and system two. Oh man, he did this brilliantly. System one operates automatically and quickly with little or no effort and no sense of voluntary control. He didn't say no voluntary control. He said no sense of voluntary control, because he knows that there's no such thing as sort of a voluntary agent in the mind. It's just that it's feel more voluntary because they're experienced. And then if we define effort as the expense of energy, then, you don't need some magical soul to say, it required effort. Or with little to no effort and no sense of voluntary control. System two, let's see, and he's not going to be like, I don't think I'm going to dislike this. Let's see. System two allocates attention to the effortful mental activities that demand it, including complex computations. The operations of system two are often associated with the subjective experience of agency, choice, and concentration. See, this is what Jonathan Haidt doesn't get in The Righteous Mind. Jonathan Haidt and Steven Pinker in Rationality are all too happy to talk about, like, you do this. But Daniel Kahneman talks about what system two does and what system one does. And he does a good job of not encouraging us to see it as system one is this other system occupying our body, and system two is us. But Pinker and Haidt do not do a good job of that. The labels of system one and system two are widely used in psychology, but I go further than most in this book, which you can read as a psychodrama with two characters. When we think of ourselves, we identify with system two, the conscious reasoning self that has belief, makes choices, and decides what to think about and what to do. Although system two believes itself to be where the action is, the automatic system one is the hero of the book. And you know what? I don't love it, but we're mourning, so I'm gonna. But we think of ourselves. When we think of ourselves, we identify with system two, the conscious reasoning self that has beliefs. He made it comprehensible without being like, that's correct. That's great. I describe system one as effortlessly originating impressions and feelings that are the main sources of the explicit beliefs and deliberate choices of you. No, just kidding, of system two. The automatic operations of system one generate surprisingly complex patterns of ideas, but only the slower system two can construct thoughts in an orderly series of steps. I also describe circumstances in which system two takes over, overruling the freewheeling impulses and associations of system one. You will be invited to think of the two systems as agents with their individual abilities, limitations, and functions. All right, this is good to read. In rough order of complexity, here are some examples of the automatic activities that are attributed to system one. Detect that one object is more distant than another. Orient to the source of a sudden sound. Complete the phrase bread and. Make a disgust face when shown a horrible picture. Detect hostility in a voice. Answer 2 + 2 equals. Read words on large billboards. Drive a car on an empty road. Find a strong move in chess if you're a chess master. Understand simple sentences. Recognize that a meek and tidy soul with a passion for detail resembles an occupational stereotype. Librarian. Now on the next page, page 22, the highly diverse operations of system two have one feature in common. They require attention and are disrupted when attention is drawn away. Yeah, that's so important. And I've appreciated that. I don't think I need to make a note. I think that's, I didn't say it, but yeah. And that's why consciousness feels so sort of like this singular thing, because it's about attention. Um, when our attention is on one thing, we're able to sort of experience that thing. Um, I'm not really sure, and we've talked about this in consciousness videos, what it could mean to be conscious of two things at the same time, and not going back and forth between them, but literally experiencing two things at the same time. I can't really imagine that. In fact, I suspect that if you increase the size of my skull, put someone else's brain in, added another, corpus callosum, so it's bridged, so it becomes like four hemispheres, four quarters. At first, there would exist, I think, two consciousnesses. And then with time, and it would just be so interesting because the consciousnesses, it wouldn't be like one would win out. They would fuse. The more that the brains fuse, then the more that only like one thing can get attention. Gosh, I don't know. Would it be immediate? Weird to think about. Weird to think about. All right. The highly diverse operations of System 2 have one feature in common. They require attention and are disrupted when attention is drawn away. Here are some examples. Brace for the starter gun in a race. Focus attention on the clowns in the circus. Focus on the voice of a particular person in a crowded and noisy room. Look for a woman with white hair. Search memory to identify a surprising sound. Maintain a faster walking speed than is natural for you. Monitor the appropriateness of your behavior in a social situation. Count the occurrences of the letter A in a page of text. Tell someone your phone number. Park in a narrow space for most people, except garage attendants. Compare two washing machines for overall value. Fill out a tax form. Check the validity of a complex logical argument. In all these situations, we must pay attention, and you will perform less well or not at all if you are not ready or if your attention is directed inappropriately. System 2 has some ability to change the way System 1 works by programming the normally automatic functions of attention and memory. When waiting for a relative at a busy train station, for example, you can set yourself at will. Okay, I don't like that well, but the System 2 can set up certain parameters for the System 1. Hey, right now, this is what we're automatically searching for, and then we go back to, whatever we're doing or thinking about something else. When waiting for a relative at a busy train station, for example, you can set yourself at will to look for a white-haired woman or a bearded man, and thereby increase the likelihood of detecting your relative from a distance. You can set your memory to search for capital cities that start with N or for French existential novels. And when you rent a car at London's Heathrow Airport, the attendant will probably remind you that we drive on the left side of the road over here. In all these cases, you are asked to do something that does not come naturally, and you will find that the consistent maintenance of a set requires continuous exertion, or at least some effort. The often used phrase "pay attention" is apt. You dispose of a limited budget of attention. Blah blah blah. Okay, let's because you can read it on your own. Let's go. Page 28. When I do a line like this next to a paragraph, I mean it's like consequential about it's significant regarding his intention or his plan going forward in the book. Or maybe it's because I'm too lazy to go underline every line. The question that is most often asked about cognitive illusions is whether they can be overcome. So it depends on what you mean by overcome, but it's not like cognitive illusions are a thing in your mind and then you can go, okay, now stop it, let me be reasonable. So reasoning is just the execution of cognitive mechanisms. Some of them are described as illusions if they're not very good, or they're not appropriate to the specific situation. We call them mallets. Now what you can do is you can habit the bonnets, you can practice, you can reorganize the its. And in that sense, you can, with time and practice, overcome them. And then even another possibility is to just compensate for them. So that means hiding the name on a resume, or whatever. So you can compensate for them, and so then when you look at the resume, only the system 2 its are really slapped, because you have to actually read and study this text. And so the system 1 its have no material to be like, okay, this is the decision. Because if they do have material, they are going to say that, and we are programmed to trust our system 1 its. I mean, the system 2 its are programmed to take a step back if the 1 its have come up with an answer. So, okay. The question that is often most asked about cognitive illusions is whether they can be overcome. The message of these examples is not encouraging. Talked about some examples. Because System 1 operates automatically and cannot be turned off at will, errors of intuitive thought are often difficult to prevent. Biases cannot always be avoided, because System 2 may have no clue to the error. Even when cues to likely errors are available, errors can be prevented only by the enhanced monitoring and effortful activity of System 2. As a way to live your life, however, continuous vigilance is not necessarily good, and it is certainly impractical. Constantly questioning your own thinking would be impossibly tedious, and System 2 is much too slow and inefficient to serve as a substitute for System 1 in making routine decisions. The best we can do is a compromise. Learn to recognize situations in which mistakes are likely, and try harder to avoid significant mistakes when the stakes are high. The premise of this book is that it is easier to recognize other people's mistakes than our own. Yeah. So, for instance, in my vocabulary, I describe, maybe any cultural identity revealed by the name on a resume. That could be a siren or a Porsche, and so that's why you need to remove it. And what a siren is, it's a thing that is going to get a reaction of approval out of you, but does not deserve a reaction of approval. And a Porsche is a thing that's going to get a reaction of disapproval from you. Disapproval? But doesn't actually warrant that. And also you understand why I'm so fucking tired, because my 2 its are compulsively they're not. Most of the time I am operating on System 1 its. And typically I say in my videos I'm operating on System 1 its, but actually, or this just feels like a constant vigilance, a constant surveilling, and it's not part of my theory's recommendation. No, my theory's recommendation is that we put in systems into place, and also that we habit our 1 its to adjust them a little bit through our educational systems and so on. But no, yeah, we're going to be making mistakes all the time. We can't always be like, no, I'm going to ignore the association between correlation and causation. I'm only going to consider causation when I look in and I see evidence of causation. Anyway, all right, moving on. What's next? Page 35, the sophisticated allocation of attention has been honed by a long evolutionary history. orienting and responding quickly to the gravest threats or most to the greatest threats or most promising opportunities improve the chance of survival, and this capability is certainly not restricted to humans. Even in modern humans, System 1 takes over in emergencies and assigns total priority to self-protective actions. Imagine yourself at the wheel of a car that unexpectedly skids on a large oil slick. You will find that you have responded to the threat before you became fully conscious of it. Beatty and I worked together for only a year, but our collaboration had a large effect on our subsequent careers. He eventually became the leading authority on cognitive pupillometry. And I wrote a book titled Attention and Effort, which was based in large part on what we learned together and on follow-up research I did at Harvard the following year. We learned a great deal about the working mind, which I now think of as System 2, from measuring pupils in a wide variety of tasks. All right, I'm just going to read the first sentence. As you become skilled in a task, its demand for energy diminishes. Page 36. Effort is required to maintain simultaneously in memory several ideas that require separate actions or that need to be combined according to a rule. Rehearsing your shopping list as you enter the supermarket, choosing between the fish and the veal at a restaurant, or combining a surprising result from a survey with the information that the sample is small, for example. System 2 is the only one that can follow rules, compare objects on several attributes, and make deliberate choices between options. Right. So we need, so critical reflection. And once we have critical recognition, we'll be able to really develop critical reflection and the rules to abide when trying to reflect critically. So this is called the lazy controller. How easy it is for System 2 to just be like, bro, not today, I'm offline. Wait, why is the subsection now the lazy System 2? What were we talking about? Are we just talking about, all right, the busy and depleted System 2, ego depletion is not the same mental state as cognitive busyness. Blah, blah. The lazy System 2, one of the main functions of System 2 is to monitor and control thoughts and actions suggested by System 1. So you're back, the brigade anti-shope, to make sure that nothing violates one of the rules before it's ex-livered. That's a system, that's a to it. Bat in the ball problem. Page 46. Intelligence is not only the ability to reason, it is also the ability to find relevant material in memory and to deploy attention when needed. Those who avoid the sin of intellectual sloth could be called engaged. They are more alert, more intellectually active, less willing to be satisfied with superficially attractive answers, more skeptical about their intuitions. The psychologist Keith Stanovich would call them more rational. Look, if you say so. Page 48. What makes some people more susceptible than others to biases of judgment? Stanovich published his conclusions in a book titled Rationality and the Reflective Mind, which offers a bold and distinctive approach to the topic of this chapter. He draws a sharp distinction between two parts of System 2. Indeed, the distinction is so sharp that he calls them separate minds. Top of page 49. One of these minds, he calls it algorithmic, deals with slow thinking and demanding computation. Some people are better than others in these tasks of brain power. They are the individuals who excel in intelligence tests and are able to switch from one test to another quickly and efficiently. All right, well, the first one, me, absolutely. The second one, not me at all. Oh, unless it's as simple. Anyway, however, Stanovich argues that high intelligence does not make people immune to biases. No, it does not. Biases are still the foundational pieces of our intelligence. It's just that there's more maybe interaction between the its, but we still have mallets. We still have its that are not perfect. Another ability is involved, which he labels rationality. Stanovich's concept of a rational person is similar to what I earlier labeled engaged. The core of his argument is that rationality should be distinguished from intelligence. In this view, superficial or lazy thinking is a flaw in the reflective mind, a failure of rationality. This is an attractive and thought-provoking idea. In support of it, Stanovich and his colleagues have found that the bat and ball problem and others like it are somewhat better indicators of our susceptibility to cognitive errors than our conventional measures of intelligence, such as IQ tests. Time will tell whether the distinction between intelligence and rationality can lead to new discoveries. Absolutely, bro, because that's great. Because how many people in my life have I considered intelligent, but also couldn't justify that attribution with the fact that they were particularly sort of good at coming up with ideas or, perceiving unstated things. But there was an aspect of intelligence, as I would have put it, that they had, which is that they don't just like have an idea and then they just have blinders on and that's it. They can hear when other things are said, and they can go, yeah, and they can respond to their own things. They're engaged with the new information presented, and the new information presented itself engages with what they had previously been saying. And I remember my friends Cedric and Marlene, I had said that I liked them so much because how smart they were. They go, oh, no, we're not smart. We're just open-minded and we're good at listening to you. Now, I admit that the bat and the ball problem, I get it wrong at first, but that's just in every time I've ever read about the bat and the ball problem, I was like reading in here. I've never actually, I guess, done the test where someone like asked me the question. I'd go, so this. I think I probably would have my first, well, who knows? I won't speak as to what I think I would have done. But yeah. So if we define rational not as being able to follow premises to their conclusion, but instead as, well, intellectual humility and also a proficiency in engaging with one's own thoughts. So the its are responding to each other rather than just an it announces something and then everybody's on board like, yep, that's the truth. One thing I really enjoy is that at the end of each chapter, he's got little things that you can say around the water cooler. So when you're chilling with your friends. So we're going back to page 30. He's got these 3 things that you can say. So let's act them out. So these are 3 different. All right. I mean, he must explain it better, right? Like at the end of my chapters, whatever. All right. He had an impression, but some of his impressions are illusions. That's great. What a great example of critical recognition. How great would it be to hear 2 humans say that to each other? And of course, Kahneman is sort of more willing than I am for people to find errors in what other people are saying before they're finding errors in their own. This was a pure system 1 response. She reacted to the threat before she recognized it. This is your system 1 talking. Slow down and let your system 2 take control. Yes, and I have videos where I talk about system 2 and I'm like, what you have to do is you have to engage system 2 by making it, like, first of all, telling yourself you have the time. And second of all, engaging with the material in a way that a 1 it wouldn't suffice, where the 2 its have to get engaged. Like, look at the statistics or something. Or even just write down, verbalize what is being said. Oh shit, I let the page go. So then the other quotes for chapter 2. She did not have to struggle to stay on task for hours. She was in a state of flow. His ego was depleted after a long day of meetings, so he just turned to standard operating procedures instead of thinking about the problem. That's great. And that's such a better way to say it than, oh, dude, he was so fucking lazy, or he was so lazy, and so he just didn't feel like thinking about the problem. No. It's just that the sit stem, because of ego depletion, the two its were just like, yo, we're out for today, and the one its took over. Or, the one its were livering, and the two its stopped livering. He didn't bother to check whether what he said made sense. Does he usually have a lazy system too, or was he unusually tired? Unfortunately, she tends to say the first thing that comes into her mind. She probably also has trouble delaying gratification. Weak system too. I miss you, man. All right. Chapter 4, the associative machine. The Florida effect. Reciprocal priming effects. I wrote here, danger of money, money root of all of evil. Okay, let's read this paragraph. All right, so at the top of page 55, the section is primes that guide us. Studies of priming effects have yielded discoveries that threaten our self-image as conscious and autonomous authors of our judgments and our choices. Well, no wonder I underlined that. Okay, then a couple paragraphs later. Money-primed people become more independent than they would be without the associative trigger. They persevered almost twice as long in trying to solve a very difficult problem before they asked the experimenter for help, a crisp demonstration of increased self-reliance. Money-primed people are also more selfish. They were much less willing to spend time helping another student who pretended to be confused about an experimental task. When an experimenter clumsily dropped a bunch of pencils on the floor, the participants with money, unconsciously, the participants with money unconsciously on their mind, and he's put unconsciously in parentheses. So the participants with money on their mind, but they weren't picturing money. It wasn't really two its being active about money. It was the one it's being active about money. So that's how it was unconsciously on their minds. It wasn't, meaning that system wouldn't really be able to describe that. Because I guess what they did is they probably had the classroom decor, just very subtly refer to money, and then they would test it afterwards. They would be like, hey, subject, so what was the theme of the classroom decor? And they would eliminate any subjects that were like money. It made me think of money. Anyway, when an experimenter clumsily dropped a bunch of pencils on the floor, the participants with money unconsciously on their mind picked up fewer pencils. In another experiment in the series, participants were told that they would shortly have a get-acquainted conversation with another person and were asked to set up 2 chairs while the experimenter left to retrieve that person. Participants primed by money chose to stay much farther apart than their non-primed peers, 118 versus 80 centimeters. Money-primed undergraduates also showed a greater preference for being alone. Right. Individualism. The general theme of these findings is that the idea of money primes individualism, a reluctance to be involved with others, to depend on others, or to accept demands from others. Page 57. The idea you should focus on, however, is that disbelief is not an option. The results are not made up, nor are they statistical flukes. You have no choice but to accept that the major conclusions of these studies are true. More important, you must accept that they are true about you. If you had been exposed to a screensaver of floating dollar bills, you too would likely have picked up fewer pencils to help a clumsy stranger. You do not believe that these results apply to you because they correspond to nothing in your subjective experience, but your subjective experience consists largely of the story that your system too tells itself about what is going on. Priming phenomena arise in system 1, and you have no conscious access to them. Now, of course, I want to tell you, look at my life, bro. Money means nothing to me. I mean, even when I was working in a shoe store, I never asked for overtime or anything. I'd stay an hour after. I wouldn't even change the schedule to reflect that. I just can't do things for money. So either, well, no, that was just totally bad what I just did. But anyway, look. You do not believe that these results apply to you because they correspond to nothing in your subjective experience, but your subjective experience consists largely of the story that your system too tells itself about what is going on. Okay. So would I pick up more pencils than other people? Maybe. But I would pick up fewer pencils than myself when money is introduced. I accept it. Okay. You're right. I mean, it doesn't match my subjective experience. I'm telling you you're right because that's what the evidence says, and because I have enough critical recognition to accept that. So yes, of course. And now it really does. It feels right. Yeah, absolutely. I would pick up fewer pencils. I mean, I accept what you're saying. Great. Okay, speaking of priming. So each of these quotes, it's going to be speaking of whatever the topic was. The sight of all these people in uniforms does not prime creativity. The sight of all these people in uniforms does not prime creativity. The world makes much less sense than you think. The coherence comes mostly from the way your mind works. They were primed to find flaws, and this is exactly what they found. His system 1 constructed a story, and his system 2 believed it. It happens to all of us. I made myself smile, and I'm actually feeling better. Facial feedback hypothesis. Jeez, I mean, this is the guy whose shoulders I'm standing on. Now, of course, I did get excited when I read this because I'd already been thinking some of these things. Not the emotion thing, though. That, thank you, Kahneman. How do you say thank you? Well, anyway, shalom. How do you say thank you? Is it similar to Arabic, like shukra? Yeah, but I need it in like mic characters. How the fuck do you pronounce that? What is that? You know, audio thing? What is going on? Oh, no internet connection. Oh, here's the video. Tada. Tada raba. Tada haba. Tada. Okay. Alright, well, it won't let me play the video, so I don't know how to pronounce it. So this chapter is called Cognitive Ease. So it's not the fluency heuristic? I always talk about cognitive ease as being one and the same with the fluency heuristic. Familiarity. Huh. Interesting. All right, so we have to remember it's not the fluency heuristic, it's cognitive ease. I always talk about that. So I know that in all past times, I mean, not if I've specifically said that I'm talking about the font or something like that. No, but this is, no, he's going to mention, or not cognitive easy. He's gonna mention the fluency heuristic, I think. the video started to play a second. Okay. The various causes of ease or strain have interchangeable effects. When you are in a state of cognitive ease, you're probably in a good mood. You're probably in a good mood, like what you see, believe what you hear, trust your intuitions, and feel that the current situation is comfortably familiar. You are also likely to be relatively casual and superficial in your thinking. When you feel strained, you are more likely to be vigilant and suspicious, invest more effort in what you are doing, feel less comfortable, and make fewer errors. But you also are less intuitive and less creative than usual. And check this out. So we've got these conditions that lead to ease, and here's some consequence of ease. So here are some things that can produce cognitive ease, or can, you know what I'm trying to say. Repeated experience, clear display, primed idea. So it was already ticked. You're already ready for it. Good mood. Those things can cause ease. And then what ease, the feeling of ease will cause, things will feel familiar. Things will feel true. Things will feel good. Things will feel effortless. So if something is effortless, or if a part of something is effortless, you're going to experience cognitive ease, which might make other parts of it seem effortless, or be interpreted as effortless. If you're in a good mood, that'll cause cognitive ease, which will cause feeling good, or the thing to feel good to you. Page 62. The lesson of figure 5, that's what we just talked about, is that predictable illusions inevitably occur if a judgment is based on an impression of cognitive ease or strain. Anything that makes it easier for the associative machine to run smoothly will also bias beliefs. A reliable way to make people believe in falsehoods is frequent repetition, because familiarity, the mere exposure effect, is not easily distinguished from truth. Authoritarian institutions and marketers have always known this fact, but it was psychologists who discovered that you do not have to repeat the entire statement of a fact or idea to make it appear true. People who were repeatedly exposed to the phrase, the body temperature of a chicken, were more likely to accept as true the statement that the body temperature of a chicken is 144 degrees, or any other arbitrary number. The familiarity of one phrase in the statement sufficed to make the whole statement feel familiar and therefore true. If you cannot remember the source of a statement and have no way to relate it to other things you have no option but to go with the sense of cognitive ease. And I wrote, wow. I keep feeling this impulse to cry, and I want it to happen because I know I'm gonna feel better. So let's keep forgetting that this doesn't have a little thing on it. All right. Page 63. Adolf Hitler. All right. Page 63. Adolf Hitler was born in 1892. Adolf Hitler was born in 1887. The top line is in bold, the 1892, and the bottom line is not 1887. Both are false. Hitler was born in 1889, but experiments have shown that the first is more likely to be believed. More advice. If your message is to be printed, use high-quality paper to maximize the contrast between characters and their background. If you use color, you are more likely to be believed if your text is printed in bright blue or red than in middling shades of green, yellow, or pale blue. In addition to making your message simple, try to make it memorable. Some experiments about that. Finally, if you quote a source, choose one with a name that is easy to pronounce. Remember that system 2 is lazy and that mental effort is aversive. If possible, the recipients of your message want to stay away from anything that reminds them of effort, including a source with a complicated name. What psychologists do, So all this is very good advice, but we should not get carried away. High quality paper, bright colors, and rhyming or simple language will not be much help if your message is obviously nonsensical or if it contradicts facts that your audience knows to be true. The psychologists who do these experiments do not believe that people are stupid or infinitely gullible. What psychologists do believe is that all of us live much of our life guided, he didn't put quotes, I'm putting quotes, guided by the impressions of system one, and we often do not know the source of these impressions. And I would just say system one just produces most of our behavior and beliefs. How do you know that a statement is true? If it is strongly linked by logic or association to other beliefs or preferences you hold, or comes from a source you trust and like, you will feel a sense of cognitive ease. The trouble is that there may be other causes for your feeling of ease, including the quality of the font and the appealing rhythm of the prose, and you have no simple way of tracing your feelings to their source. This is the message of Figure 5. The sense of ease or strain has multiple causes, and it is difficult to tease them apart. Difficult, but not impossible. People can overcome some of the superficial factors that produce illusions of truth when strongly motivated to do so. On most occasions, however, the lazy System 2 will adopt the suggestions of System 1 and march on. From our IT vocabulary, we can say that you can try to trace the thought. Was this a part of what led me? You can try to see what seems familiar, but there isn't a great system in the brain for like keeping a record of the events. So it's not a sure thing that because a thought feels more familiar that it might have been the one that preceded your behavior. It could be that it better aligns with social norms, and so it could feel right. And then you go, oh yeah, I think that's what it was, because that feels right, that feels true. But it doesn't feel those ways because it was actually the preceding thought. It feels those ways because it matches the cognitive norm. For me, the best bet is to just sort of know about the research. So when you have a behavior, what are some possible, and that's why we have some possible causes for this behavior. And that's why we can do an alternate map. So, okay, so let's say I'm saying I did this for all the right reasons. Here are the reasons I did this, blah, blah. But now let me create an alternate map. Based on research, what are some other things that could have begotten that? What are some other possible susits of that ex-libris? I don't know what this says. Something, I've made a mistake. No, I really think that's, I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, page 67. Oh, look, page 65. Mere exposure effect. As we saw in Figure 5, repetition induces cognitive ease and a comforting feeling of familiarity. The famed psychologist Robert Z. dedicated much of his career to the study of the link between the repetition of an arbitrary stimulus and the mild affection that people eventually have for it. He called it the mere exposure effect. So then it talks about some experiment he did with some Turkish words. The mere exposure effect does not depend on the conscious experience of familiarity. In fact, the effect does not depend on consciousness at all. It occurs even when the repeated words or pictures are shown so quickly that the observers never become aware of having seen them. They still end up liking the words or pictures that were presented more frequently. As should be clear by now, System 1 can respond to impressions of events of which System 2 is unaware. So System 2 isn't, in fact, so the agit system, which is where we justify something that we said or did or something that we believe, that laureate system. It's a system of two-its. And because that's why it's, it sounds kind of reasonable. And these two-its, and I've described this before, don't actually have access to whatever events actually cause the one-its to produce that initial belief or to say that initial thing out loud. So sometimes it's the two-its that will have produced a belief. And then even when it's them, actually, I don't know if they really, but definitely when the one-its produce an answer or a judgment or whatever, and then the two-its have to justify it, they're not going back and checking the work of the one-its going, all right, so what was that based on? They'll come up with the two-its will just come up with something that can work. In fact, the effect does not depend on consciousness at all. It occurs even when the repeated words or pictures, they still end up liking the words or pictures that were presented more frequently. As should be clear by now, System 1 can respond to impressions of events of which System 2 is unaware. Indeed, the mere exposure effect is actually stronger for stimuli that the individual never consciously sees. Okay, have we been reading the quotes? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Okay, speaking of cognitive ease, let's not dismiss their business plan just because the font makes it hard to read. And see, here's the thing. The important, with critical recognition, someone says this, the other people aren't going to be insulted. They're not going to, that's not a dig. That's critical recognition. That's that we know. But if the font makes it harder to read, we're more likely to dismiss it. So what we're doing is, and if whoever thinks of that reminds everybody else, oh, wait, let's, be careful not to dismiss their business plan just because the font makes it hard to read. I don't know whether that's why we are inclined to dismiss it, but would it be maybe worthwhile to even just have an intern type it up in Helvetica, and we can look at it again, maybe get some fresh eyes on it in the new font. Or maybe we can engage our system to it. So we're going to learn the thing, and then we're going to put the resume away and talk about it out loud. And that'll help us, the two-its kind of be more focused on the details of the resume rather than its presentation. But in today's society, say that it's not because of the fucking font. And then they're going to say something that actually is kind of a negative thing about their resume. No, it's because he took 5 years to get his bachelor's. And then it's tricky because it's like, I think that might be a Misa. I don't know that that's actually the 5 years thing is why you're saying this, because I've seen you approve of candidates who had taken 7 years to do their bachelor's, or even had taken time off between high school and their bachelor's and still took longer to do their bachelor's. And so that's the thing. When we don't have critical recognition, we get tangled up in these ridiculous conversations where people are just auditing, and then the other people respond to the 5 years thing. I don't think that's a problem, but everybody shut the fuck up. The person who said the 5 years thing, are you aware that, have you done an alternate map? Is it possible that you're not rejecting them from the because of the 5 years thing? You are aware of cognitive ease, right? So it is, that it is importantly likely that it's the fun, right? So let's not, we're not going to do some introspection and everybody's going to get upset and say, oh no, this is what was happening in my mind, blah, blah. Just send that over to the interns. Let's get it put in another font. Relax, okay? We must be inclined to believe it because it has been repeated so often. But let's think through it again. Hey, familiarity breeds liking. This is a mere exposure effect. I'm in a very good mood today, and my system 2 is weaker than usual. I should be extra careful. Have you seen my vocabulary, my language, bro? Go through the language. Look at the examples that I've got. I swear, I said in one of the first videos for us sitting this shivah, I said that What was I about to say? I said that, oh yeah, I feel like I'm picking up where he left off. And I just did that, last month? Made my own. Well, I had made the vocabulary over time, but properly published it with examples and everything. Anyway, okay, chapter 6, norms, surprises, and causes. The main function of system 1 is to maintain and update a model of your personal world, which represents what is normal in it. A capacity for surprise, this is the next paragraph, page 71 we're on. A capacity for surprise is an essential aspect of our mental life, and surprise itself is the most sensitive indication of how we understand our world and what we expect from it. How many times, I know he's been talking about alarms going off, right? That like we determine whether or not we understand something based on whether or not we feel surprised by the thing that we've heard. And I've seen this with people. I explain it theory to them and they're nodding along. And they seem to really believe they understand it, but then they can't do anything with it. Top page 72. There are two main varieties of surprise. Some expectations are active and conscious. You know you are waiting for a particular event to happen. When the hour is near, you may be expecting the sound of the door as your child returns from school. When the door opens, you expect the sound of a familiar voice. You will be surprised if an actively expected event does not occur, but there's a much larger category of events that you expect passively. You don't wait for them, but you are not surprised when they happen. These are events that are normal in a situation, though not sufficiently probable to be actively expected. Or I guess he's not saying that here. Under some conditions, passive expectations quickly turn active, as we found in another coincidence. All right, let's go ahead and learn about norm theory. Then there's this Moses illusion. Just real quick, page 73. How many animals of each kind did Moses take into the ark? Hold on. I know that there's supposed to be also something wrong with the question, but I didn't realize that was going to be the type of thing I just experienced. So I'm checking to see whether I just misread that. How many animals of each kind did Moses take into the ark? Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I actually don't see anything wrong with that question. Oh, Moses! Okay. The number of people who detect what is wrong with this question is so small that it has been dubbed the Moses illusion. Moses took no animals into the ark. Noah did. All right, very good. Under some conditions, we're going back to page 72. Under some conditions, passive expectations quickly turn active, as we found in another coincidence. On a Sunday evening some years ago, we were driving from New York City to Princeton, as we had been doing every week for a long time. We saw an unusual sight, a car on fire by the side of the road. When we reached the same stretch of road the following Sunday, another car was burning there. Here again, we found that we were distinctly less surprised on the second occasion than we had been on the first. This was now the place where cars catch fire. Because the circumstances of the recurrence were the same, the second incident was sufficient to create an active expectation. For months, perhaps for years after the event, we were reminded of burning cars whenever we reached that spot of the road, and were quite prepared to see another, but of course we never did. The psychologist Dale Miller and I wrote an essay in which we attempted to explain how events come to be perceived as normal or abnormal. I will use an example from our description of norm theory, although my interpretation of it has changed slightly. An observer, casually watching the patrons at a neighboring table in a fashionable restaurant, notices that the first guest to taste the soup winces, as if in pain. The normality of a multitude of events will be altered by this incident. It is now unsurprising for the guest who first tasted the soup to startle violently when touched by a waiter. It is also unsurprising for another guest to stifle a cry when tasting soup from the same tureen. These events and many others appear more normal than they would have otherwise, but not necessarily because they confirm advanced expectations. Rather, they appear normal because they recruit the original episode, retrieve it from memory, and are interpreted in conjunction with it. So through a summit. All right, so let's move on. Oh, I circled page 77. And I wrote religion, souls. Okay, let's check this out. And we've got something underlined in blue. The experience of freely willed action is quite separate from physical causality. Although it is your hand that picks up the salt, you do not think of the event in terms of a chain of physical causation. You experience it as caused by a decision that a disembodied you made because you wanted to add salt to your food. I'm about to get overwhelmed. The experience of freely willed action is quite separate from physical causality. Although it is your hand that picks up the salt, you do not think of the event in terms of a chain of physical causation. You experience it as caused by a decision that a disembodied you, in italics, made, because you wanted to add salt to your food. Many people find it natural to describe their soul as the source and the cause of their actions. The psychologist Paul Bloom writing in The Atlantic in 2005, presented the provocative claim that our inborn readiness to separate physical and intentional causality explains the near universality of religious beliefs. He observes that we perceive the world of objects as essentially separate from the world of minds, making it possible for us to envision soulless bodies and bodiless souls. The two modes of causation that we are set to perceive make it natural for us to accept the two central beliefs of many religions. An immaterial divinity is the ultimate cause of the physical world, and immortal souls temporarily control our bodies while we live and leave them behind as we die. In Bloom's view, the two concepts of causality were shaped separately by evolutionary forces, building the origins of religion into the substructure of System 1. Yeah, and I like how I've articulated this recently, the whole idea of reason and consciousness and free will. It involves this like first cause, this origin of behaviors and thoughts, rather than behaviors and thoughts being caused by just events interacting with each other. and it's only for the mind that we let ourselves get away with thinking like this. Well, that's not actually true. Before, was it Aristotle, and I just learned this yesterday, thought that that pen fell because of will, because the pen loves the book. That's why it's attracted to it. So that movement is about a sort of a willed first cause attraction here. I guess the major forces of the universe are sort of first causes. No, they're just rules by which things since the first cause interact. The prominence of causal intuitions is a recurrent theme in this book because people are prone to apply causal thinking inappropriately to situations that require statistical reasoning. Right. Speaking of norms and causes, when the second applicant also turned out to be an old friend of mine, I wasn't quite as surprised. Very little repetition is needed for a new experience to feel normal. When the second applicant also turned out to be an old friend of mine, I wasn't quite as surprised. When the second applicant also turned out to be an old friend of mine, I wasn't quite as surprised. Very little repetition is needed for a new experience to feel normal. When we survey the reaction to these products, let's make sure we don't focus exclusively on the average. We should consider the entire range of normal reactions. She can't accept it. She was just unlucky. She needs a causal story. She'll end up thinking that someone intentionally sabotaged her work. Yep. She'll malint. Yep. Yeah, our malint, part of the reason that it's so strong is because we need a story, especially in threat assessment. Ooh, this seems to be a page that I like. Oh, that pink thing is even on this page. It's around 80 and 81. Let's look at the first thing that's underlined blue. And then I think we're going to take a little break. I think I want to go through the whole book. I mean, everything that's like underlined. And I think oh, that's the appendix. That's why there's no underline there. Yeah, so we're going to do that. He deserves it. All right. So we're leaving off. We're going to start on page 80 when we continue. All right. So we are continuing to sit a non-silent shivah for the second most important person to come out of Israel after how did I phrase it when I was out there? Man, I had a good concise sentence. Anyway, being second to the partner of his partner in their Nobel Prize winning in economics research on prospect theory. Daniel Kahneman, who passed yesterday, 2024, Chaber, 27, Shadi. Charlie, 27, Charlie. And he was born on March 5th, 1940. He was born 34. Wow. So he was born 1934, Chaber 05. What day was March 5th, 1934? Come on, let it be a Shadi.
It was Monday, March 5th,
Aldi.
1934.
Okay. All right. So, but before we continue our reading, we're picking up from page 80 in Thinking Fast and Slow. And but before we do, I want to say another thing about consciousness, because he has referred to consciousness, but as conscious experience. And it's easy for me to forget that in all my denials about consciousness, there is such a thing as experience or awareness. There is such a thing as me being able, there's certain things I'm able to talk about that I feel like I'm experiencing, other things that I'm not. I feel like my experience, for instance, I was about to say I'm not experiencing the temperature, and when I had that thought, my experience did move, my attention did move to the temperature for a moment. So now I feel like I am experiencing the temperature. But that said, still not an agent, a decider. Some decisions and some quote unquote agency may be experienced, may reach consciousness, but it's not consciousness that is doing that work. And also, I also suspect that there is not a single, like if we're talking about my conscious experience right now, part of that is about how my experience is making me feel. I think my reaction, my engagement to the experience. And that's not always the same. So it's not always the same it's that are running in it. That's what I suspect anyway. I suspect that the conscious experiencer in one moment does not have all of the same properties and, you know, whatever, as the conscious experience in this other moment. Now, of course, that's obvious because, you know, as the brain develops, that experience changes. But I mean, I think that, you know, sometimes, I mean, I think when you're drunk, you have a certain conscious experience, and when you're not, it's you know, it's different. So I don't think there's a single observer, and definitely not a single operator. Speaking of which, there's a video posted around the same time that I post this one. I haven't posted it yet, but it's where I react to this guy on Instagram who says, like, the one thing that is constant is the experiencing self. That's what never changes. It's like, no, bro. All right, so now, picking up from page 80. The most important aspect of both examples is that a definite choice was made, but you did not know it. I haven't talked about whatever they've been talking about. So you don't go to the other video expecting that you're going to know what examples. The most important aspect of both examples is that a definite choice was made, but you did not know it. Only one interpretation came to mind, and you were never aware of the ambiguity. Oh, David McRaney says some great stuff about surf pad. Fuck. The last word, I think, is disambiguation. Surf pad. David McRaney didn't come up with this. Is it surpad? No, it's surf something. David McRaney, surf pad. It's not surf pad, I guess. Oh, it is surf pad. Substantial uncertainty with ramified or forked priors. I gotta click on it to see the next word. No, not disambiguation. His lab came up with a term for this. Whose lab? What's his name again? Pascal? Okay. So Pascal's lab came up with a term for this, surf pad. When you combine substantial uncertainty with ramified or forked priors or assumptions, you will get disagreement. Oh, right. Okay, so the surf pad isn't about disambiguation, but it's about sort of the results of disambiguation. In other words, when the truth is uncertain, our brains resolve that uncertainty without our knowledge by creating the most likely reality they can imagine based on our prior experiences. People whose brains remove that uncertainty in similar ways will find themselves in agreement, like those who saw. So yeah, people who disambiguate similarly will agree. And okay, it is hot. Okay, I'm going to read that paragraph again. We're on page 80. The most important aspect of both examples is that a definite choice was made, but you did not know it. Only one interpretation came to mind, and you are never aware of the ambiguity. System 1 does not keep track of alternatives that it rejects, or even the fact that there were alternatives. Conscious doubt is not in the repertoire of System 1. It requires maintaining incompatible interpretations in mind at the same time, which demands mental effort. Uncertainty and doubt are the domain of System 2. Gilbert proposed, page 81, that understanding a statement must begin with an attempt to believe it. Yeah, dude, Dad, why you have to? And I said this to my dad. I was so upset that he wouldn't even entertain it theory, even entertain alternative perspectives on consciousness. And I told him, I need you to like trust me and believe it, just so that you can try to understand. I don't need you to trust me and believe it as the absolute truth, but for our conversation, I need you to believe it. And he was like, "You're so arrogant. No way." Gilbert proposed that understanding a statement must begin with an attempt to believe it. You must first know what the idea would mean if it were true. Only then can you decide whether or not to unbelieve it. The initial attempt to believe is an automatic operation of System 1, which involves the construction of the best possible interpretation of the situation. Even a nonsensical statement, Gilbert argues, will evoke initial belief. Try his example. Whitefish eat candy. You probably were aware of vague impressions of fish and candy as an automatic process of associative memory. Search for links between the two ideas that would make sense of the nonsense. Gilbert sees unbelieving as an operation of System 2, and he reported an elegant experiment to make his point. Unless you're just not even considering it in the first place. But unbelieving, once you've gotten a chance to evaluate it, is an operation of System 2, and he reported an elegant experiment to make his point. The participants saw nonsensical assertions, such as, "a dinka is a flame," followed after a few seconds by a single word, true or false. They were later tested for their memory of which sentences had been labeled true. I wrote in the margins, "Why magicians use honor." In one condition of the experiment, subjects were required to hold digits in memory during the task. The disruption of System 2 had a selective effect. It made it difficult for people to unbelieve false sentences. In a later test of memory, the depleted participants ended up thinking that many of the false sentences were true. The moral is significant. When System 2 is otherwise engaged, we will believe almost anything. So that's what I should have done. Hey, Dad, what's 17 times 24? By the way, there's not a single consciousness agent entity. Keep working on that. Instead, it's distributed across a bunch of neurons. As you know, we are brains, biological entities, the sum of... Keep going. Keep going. Give me the actual answer. System 1 is gullible and biased to believe. System 2 is in charge of doubting and unbelieving. But System 2 is sometimes busy and often lazy. So it's still System 2 even when it's like rejecting outright. Indeed, there is evidence that people are more likely to be influenced by empty persuasive messages such as commercials when they are tired and depleted. The operations of associative memory contribute to a general confirmation bias. When asked, "Is Sam friendly?" different instances of Sam's behavior will come to mind than would if you had asked, "Is Sam unfriendly?" A deliberate search for confirming evidence, known as positive test strategy. That's good. So confirmation, 24, Charlie, 28, Delta, confirmation bias. Positive test strategy. A deliberate search for confirming evidence. A delib search for... So the Ajit department is going to engage some positive test strategy. Confirming evidence. A deliberate search for confirming evidence, known as positive test strategy, is also how System 2 tests a hypothesis. Contrary to the rules of philosophers of science who advise testing hypotheses by trying to refute them, people, and scientists quite often seek data that are likely to be compatible with the beliefs they currently hold. The confirmatory bias of System 1 favors uncritical acceptance of suggestions and exaggeration. The confirmatory bias of System 1 favors uncritical acceptance of suggestions and exaggeration of the likelihood of extreme and improbable events. If you are asked about the probability of a tsunami hitting California within the next 30 years, the images that come to your mind are likely to be images of tsunamis, in the manner Gilbert proposed for nonsense statements such as whitefish eat candy, and whitefish is one word. You will be prone to overestimate the probability of a disaster, and that's our availability heuristic. Oh no, the pink is not on that page. Pink is on the next page. Oh yeah, I like this one a lot. Page 82, section, exaggerated emotional coherence, halo effect. If you like the president's politics, you probably like his voice and his appearance as well. The tendency to like or dislike everything about a person, including things you have not observed, is known as the halo effect. The term has been in use in psychology for a century, but it has not come into wide use in everyday language. This is a pity, because the halo effect is a good name for a common bias that plays a large role in shaping our view of people and situations. It is one of the ways the representation of the world that System 1 generates is simpler and more coherent than the real thing. I can't read everything, but I do have this pink thing here for this bit, so maybe we should read this. You meet a woman named Joan at a party and find her personable and easy to talk to. Now her name comes up as someone who could be asked to contribute to a charity. What do you know about Joan's generosity? The correct answer is that you know virtually nothing, because there's little reason to believe that people who are agreeable in social situations are also generous contributors to charities. Oh my gosh, that explains why. And it's, first of all, I do the halo effect. I have a confirmation bias. I know that as I'm reading for this, I'm not going to notice things that are like, yo, you're wrong. But yeah, it always killed me as a kid when the quiet kids were considered just all around good, or the polite kids. I never really realized that that was a halo effect thing, or that could be described as halo effect. Cool. Yeah, I just thought of it as that we overvalue politeness. But actually, regardless of how much we value politeness is an indicator, or politeness can be evaluated. And then if that's the only thing available, then other things will be assumed as well. And not just goodness, but also things unrelated, but about the person. Like competence. Okay. So you met this woman named Joan, remember? And she's personable and easy to talk to. And then someone mentions her. We're trying to figure out, like, would she give to this charity? And so Kahneman's telling you here, the correct answer is that you don't know. You have no idea. There's no reason to use how agreeable she is in social situations to how much of a generous contributor she may or may not be to charities. But you like Joan, and you will retrieve the feeling of liking her when you think of her. And we talked about the call mechanism. We have a video about this where we do this, and it's like a list of traits. There's only one box checked, and it's the box, it's like a report card. It's the video where we did the report card thing, and there's only one grade on the report card. And then a teacher from another subject has to evaluate, hey, is he going to be good in my class for the final project? Oh, there's already a grade on his report card for math, an A. Okay, so, I think he would be good for it then. Yeah, great. All right. But you like Joan, and you will retrieve the feeling of liking her when you think of her. You also like generosity and generous people. By association, you are now predisposed to believe that Joan is generous. And now that you believe she is generous, you probably like Joan even better than you did earlier, because you have added generosity to her pleasant attributes. Real evidence of generosity is missing in the story of Joan, and the gap is filled by a guess that fits one's emotional response to her. In other situations, evidence accumulates gradually, and the interpretation is shaped by the emotion attached to the first impression. In an enduring classic of psychology, Solomon Asch presented, and he's the one who did the three-line problem, or the three-line thing. Solomon Asch presented with, what is it? Not complacency, not social proof, with groupthink, or I don't remember what term he used. Solomon Asch presented descriptions of two people and asked for comments on their personality. What do you think of Alan and Ben? Alan, intelligent, industrious, impulsive, critical, stubborn, envious. Ben, envious, stubborn, critical, impulsive, industrious, intelligent. If you were like most of us, you viewed Alan much more favorably than Ben. The initial traits in the list change the very meaning of the traits that appear later. The stubbornness of an intelligent person is seen as likely to be justified and may actually evoke respect, but intelligence in an envious and stubborn person makes him more dangerous. The halo effect is also an example of suppressed ambiguity, like the word bank. From something else, maybe with Linda. The adjective stubborn is ambiguous. Oh, no. There's something about bank with, actually the bank of a river and a bank. All right. The word bank, the adjective stubborn is ambiguous and will be interpreted in a way that makes it coherent with the context. So these are the lists that are these are the adjectives that are presented to you. Same adjectives, different order. So you hear Alan is intelligent, industrious. You later hear that he's stubborn, but hey, good thing, this intelligent, industrious guy. Ben, you hear that he's stubborn, then later you hear that he's industrious and intelligent. But you're not thinking about those things. You haven't heard those things yet. All you've heard before stubborn is that he's envious. Well, that's not good. Page 83. The sequence in which we observe characteristics of a person is often determined by chance. Sequence matters, however, because the halo effect increases the weight of first impressions, sometimes to the point that subsequent information is mostly wasted. Early in my career as a professor, because this is a man with critical recognition. Early in my career as a professor, I graded students' essay exams in the conventional way. I would pick up one test booklet at a time and read all that student's essays in immediate succession, grading them as I went. I would then compute the total and go on to the next student. I eventually noticed that my evaluations of the essays in each booklet were strikingly homogeneous. I began to suspect that my grading exhibited a halo effect, and that the first question I scored had a disproportionate effect on the overall grade. The mechanism was simple. If I had given a high score to the first essay, I gave the student the benefit of the doubt whenever I encountered a vague or ambiguous statement later on. This seemed reasonable. Surely a student who had done so well on the first essay would not make a foolish mistake in the second one. But there was a serious problem with my way of doing things. If a student had written two essays, one strong and one weak, I would end up with different final grades depending on which essay I read first. I had told the students that the two essays had equal weight, but that was not true. The first one had a much greater impact on the final grade than the second. This was unacceptable. So he adopted a new procedure. God, we've lost a good one. Page 85. The principles of independent judgments and decorrelated errors has immediate applications for the conduct of meetings, an activity in which executives and organizations spend a great deal of their working days. A simple rule can help. Before an issue is discussed, all members of the committee should be asked to write a very brief summary of their position. This procedure makes good use of the value of the diversity of knowledge and opinion in the group. The standard practice of open discussion gives too much weight to the opinions of those who speak early and assertively, causing others to line up behind them. Wizziati. What you see is all there is. Good. And that's so. Wizziati starts on page 85. That section. Page 87. starred. Whizzy-addy. And then the next line, or the line that's underlined, Whizzy-addy facilitates the achievement of coherence and of the cognitive ease that causes us to accept a statement as true. Whizzy-addy, I said what it is. I mean, I didn't define it, but what you see is all there is. So it's just the working with the information available and assuming that that's, acting as though that's all the information that's good or that you need. Jumping to conclusions on the basis of limited, page 86, jumping to conclusions on the basis of limited evidence is so important to an understanding of intuitive thinking and comes up so often in this book that I will use a cumbersome abbreviation for it, Whizzy-addy. Okay, so Whizzy-addy facilitates the achievement of coherence and of the cognitive ease that causes us to accept a statement as true. It explains why we can think fast and how we are able to make sense of partial information in a complex world. Much of the time, the coherent story we put together is close enough to reality to support reasonable action. However, I will also invoke Whizzy-addy to help explain a long and diverse list of biases of judgment and choice, including the following, among many others. So 1, 2, 3. So we're going to do, he says, overconfidence, framing effects, and base rate neglect. Overconfidence. As the Whizzy-addy rule implies, neither the quantity nor the quality of the evidence counts for much in subjective confidence. The confidence that individuals have in their beliefs depends mostly on the quality of the story they can tell about what they see, even if they see little. We often fail to allow for the possibility that evidence that should be critical to our judgment is missing. What we see is all there is. Furthermore, our associative system tends to settle on a coherent pattern of activation and suppresses doubt and ambiguity. Framing effects. Different ways of presenting the same information often evoke different emotions. We've talked about this. The statement that the odds of survival 1 month after surgery are 90% is more reassuring than the equivalent statement that mortality within 1 month of surgery is 10%. Similarly, cold cuts, described as 90% fat-free, are more attractive than when they are described as 10% fat. The equivalence of the alternative formulations is transparent, but an individual normally sees only one formulation, and what she sees is all there is. Base rate neglect. Recall Steve, the meek and tidy soul who is often believed to be a librarian. The personality description is salient and vivid, and although you surely know that there are more male farmers than male librarians, that statistical fact almost certainly did not come to your mind when you first considered the question. What you saw was all there was. And then what did I say? I still don't understand this. Are farmers more likely across personality types? And then I continue. If I had 3 left feet, is it more likely I have no problem walking since most people have no problem walking? What's the difference? All right, anyway, speaking of jumping to conclusions, she knows nothing about this person's management skills. All she is going by is the halo effect from a good presentation. Let's decorrelate errors by obtaining separate judgments on the issue before any discussion. We will get more information from independent assessments. So decorrelate the error so that if there's an error at the beginning of the discussion, well, the subsequent errors might be correlated to that, might be related to that, well, even caused by that. So instead, let's have everybody write their opinion, and then, if there's that error there and that error there, we know they're not correlated because they were written ahead of time. They made that big decision on the basis of a good report from one consultant. Whizzy-addy, what you see is all there is. They did not seem to realize how little information they had. They didn't want more information that might spoil their story. Whizzy-addy. Ooh, so chapter 8, page 89, I wrote, what? And I have a part where I wrote 3 question marks. It's next to this sentence. These basic assessments play an important role in intuitive judgment because they are easily substituted for more difficult questions. This is the essential idea of the heuristics and biases approach. Now let's hear the paragraph. So chapter 8, how judgments happen. There is no limit to the number of questions you can answer, whether they are questions someone else asks or questions you ask yourself. Nor is there a limit to the number of attributes you can evaluate. You are capable of counting the number of capital letters on this page, comparing the height of the windows of your house to the ones across the street, and assessing the political prospects of your senator on a scale from excellent to disastrous. The questions are addressed to System 2, which will direct attention and search memory to find the answers. System 2 receives questions, or generates them. In either case, it directs attention and searches memory to find the answers. System 1 operates differently. It continuously monitors what is going on outside and inside the mind, and continuously generates assessments of various aspects of the situation without specific intention and with little or no effort. These basic assessments play an important role in intuitive judgment because they are easily substituted for more difficult, these judgments are easily substituted for more difficult questions. This is the essential idea of the heuristics and biases approach. So instead of doing all the work for the more difficult question, it's substituted with the basic assessment. 2 other features of System 1, I don't know why I put 3 question marks by that. 2 other features of System 1 also support the substitution of one judgment for another. Maybe I'm saying that we should be, rather than this is how, this is our nature, maybe I thought he was saying that this is what we should be doing or something, I don't know. 2 other features of System 1 also support the substitution of one judgment for another. One is the ability to translate values across dimensions, which you do in answering a question that most people find easy. If Sam were as tall as he is intelligent, how tall would he be? Finally, there is the mental shotgun. All right, so if he's smart, then we would just be like, oh, he's tall. He would be tall. But it says, how tall would he be? What? All right, I now understand why I wrote what. Anyway, and then it just, so 2 other features of System 1 also support the substitution of one judgment for another. One is the ability to translate values across dimensions. Okay, so you're translating like an intelligence value to a height value, which you do in answering a question that most people would find easy. If Sam were as tall as he is intelligent, how tall would he be? Oh, so the answer would be like just very tall or something if he's very intelligent? I don't know. And then just continues. Finally, there's the mental shotgun. An intention of System 2 is to answer a specific question or evaluate a particular attribute of the situation. An intention of System 2 to answer a specific question or evaluate a particular attribute of the situation automatically triggers other computations, including basic assessments. I am a little bit, I think I'm just thrown off because of my question marks and my, I don't know. So I have a line drawn here from the top of page 90, specifically the words continuous assessment in this first sentence. System 1 has been shaped by evolution to provide a continuous assessment of the main problems that an organism must solve to survive. I've got a line drawn to the bottom of page 91 to the last sentence of the following paragraph. System 1 understands language, of course, and understanding depends on the basic assessments that are routinely carried out as part of the perception of events and the comprehension of messages. Those assessments include computations of similarity and representativeness, attributions of causality, and evaluations of the availability of associations and exemplars. They are performed, this is what I underlined, they are performed even in the absence of a specific task set. All right, continuous assessment, although the results are used to meet task demands as they arise. And how we could phrase this for it theory is that, see, the system one-its are receiving low in the processing, and so though they're like these. So the condition of a system one-it might be like if the person is speaking loudly, then the person is an asshole or something. I don't know. And that condition is just constantly ready to be met by someone's speech. And so then anytime someone speaks loudly, there's a one-it going, this guy's an asshole. Now, the consequent that this guy's an asshole doesn't necessarily get worked into affect the model of the person. Not necessarily. The results are used to meet task demands as they arise. So that basic assessment will then be used when a to-it sends out a call. Hey, what do we think of this guy, by the way? And then there's a one-it going, oh, I got a basic assessment for you. He's an asshole. Okay. The list of basic assessments is long, but not every possible attribute is assessed. For an example, look briefly at figure 7 on page 92. Man, I thought it was going to be some different attributes, or I thought it was going to be a list of basic assessments. All right. The glance provides an immediate impression of many features of the display. You know that the two towers are equally tall and that they are more similar to each other than the tower on the left is to the array of blocks in the middle. However, you do not immediately know that the number of blocks in the left-hand tower is the same as the number of blocks arrayed on the floor. Okay, blah, blah. Page 93. The almost complete neglect of quantity and such emotional context has been confirmed many times. Something about an oil spill, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. Different groups of participants stated there were... Hold on, I have a question mark here. The failure of System 1 to compute the total length of a set of lines at a glance may look obvious to you. You never thought you could do it. It may seem obvious to you. You never thought you could do it anyway. It is, in fact, an instance of an important limitation to that system. Because System 1 represents categories of a prototype or a set of typical exemplars, it deals well with averages, but poorly with sums. The size of the category, the number of instances it contains, tends to be ignored in judgments of what I will call sum-like variables. All right, well, I know why I put a question mark, because I don't know what was just said. Anyway, different groups of participants, and that's so important. So I do want to... All right, hold on. Let's just... Failure of System 1 to compute the total length of a set of lines at a glance may look obvious to you. You never thought you could do it. It is, in fact, an instance of an important limitation of that system. So System 1 is an important limitation. That's why it doesn't just give the total length of a set of lines. So these are the lines. Because it represents categories by a prototype, by a single thing, or a set of typical exemplars, so maybe a set of typical things, it deals well with averages. So an average is a single representation of a set. It's supposed to be the middle, I see. So it's easy you can deal with averages. But sums, taking everything in the category, and rather than finding the central theme and identifying one representative thing, you got to add up all the things. The size of the category, the number of instances it contains, tends to be ignored in judgments of what I will call sum-like variables. That's going to be important. Not fully grasping the term, but that's going to be important. Sum-like variables. And then as opposed to what? Average like variables or something? Page 93. Kahneman. Bless his soul. Kahneman, not. Well, you know what? We are good. I'm a Kahneman too. So hell yeah, Kahneman. Okay. Intensity matching. That's really important. Here we encounter a new aptitude of System 1, page 94. An underlying scale of intensity allows matching across diverse dimensions. If crimes were colors, murder would be a deeper shade of red than theft. If crimes were expressed as music, mass murder would be played fortissimo, while accumulating unpaid parking tickets would be a faint pianissimo. And of course, you have similar feelings about the intensity of punishments. In classic experiments, people adjusted the loudness of a sound to the severity of crimes. Other people adjusted loudness to the severity of legal punishments. If you heard two notes, one for the crime and one for the punishment, you would feel a sense of injustice if one tone was much louder than the other. Intensity matching. Intensity. I remember how significant that was to me. T-fast. All right. Page 95. You do not automatically count the number of syllables of every word you read, but you can do it if you so choose. However, the control over intended computations is far from precise. We often compute much more than we want or need. I call this excess computation the mental shotgun. Finally explaining that term. It is impossible to aim at a single point with a shotgun because it shoots pellets of scatter, and it seems almost equally difficult for System 1 not to do more than System 2 charges it to do. Two experiments that I read long ago suggested this image. Participants in one experiment listened to pairs of words with the instruction to press a key as quickly as possible whenever they detected that the words rhymed. The words rhyme in both these pairs. Vote, note. Vote, goat. The difference is obvious to you because you see the two pairs. Vote and goat rhyme, but they are spelled differently. The participants only heard the words, but they were also influenced by the spelling. They were distinctly slower to recognize the words as rhyming if their spelling was discrepant. Although the instructions required only a comparison of sounds, the participants also compared their spelling, and the mismatch on the irrelevant dimension slowed them down. I wrote very cool next to this next line, which I underlined. An intention to answer one question evoked another, which was not only superfluous, but actually detrimental to the main task. That's right. That's right. Speaking of, all right, last sentence of this chapter. In the next chapter, you will see that the combination of mental shotgun with intensity matching explains why we have intuitive judgments about many things that we know little about. Cool. Speaking of judgment, evaluating people as attractive or not is a basic assessment. You do that automatically whether or not you want to, and it influences you. There are circuits in the brain that evaluate dominance from the shape of the face. He looks the part for a leadership role. The punishment won't feel just unless its intensity matches the crime, just like you can match the loudness of a sound to the brightness of a light. This was a clear instance of a mental shotgun. He was asked whether he thought the company was financially sound, but he couldn't forget that he likes their product. Yeah, so System 2 was like, yo, is this company financially sound? And System 1 was like, oh yeah, thumb up on that product. And so it didn't give a nuanced answer to the financial question. It just gave a general validation. I think what I'm saying is accurate and right and blah blah. Okay. No, chapter number 9, page 97. Answering an easier question. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. This is absolutely huge. This is so important. Whether you state them or not, you often have answers to questions that you do not completely understand, relying on evidence that you can neither explain nor defend. section, substituting questions. I propose a simple account of how we generate intuitive opinions on complex matters. If a satisfactory answer to a hard question is not found quickly, System 1 will find a related question that is easier and will answer it. I call the operation of answering one question in place of another substitution. Substitute. I also adopt the following term. So that's an it. That's a major it. And we're not going to, right now, pat ourselves on the back or do a memory search of how on this we already were. But we were not on this. We were maybe frustrated by it. Oh, no, we're doing it. Substitute. Substitution. We have been frustrated by this in our lives, but we have not been using this word. And also, before we read this, I don't think we even had this concept in mind. Oh yeah, I ended up doing it because I thought I had to be anyway. All right. I also adopt the following terms. The target question is the assessment you tend to produce. Target question. Assessment. And page 97. TFAS. Assessment you intend to produce. And then the heuristic question, right? Okay. Is the simpler question that you answer instead. Brilliant. 98. The technical definition of heuristic is a simple procedure that helps find adequate, though often imperfect, answers to difficult questions. The word comes from the same root as eureka. But the heuristics that I discuss in this chapter are not chosen. They are a consequence of the mental shotgun, the imprecise control we have over targeting our responses to questions. Let's look at some examples. Bottom of page 98. Target question. How much would you contribute to save in it? And you see this in like podcasts. Like, what do you think about that? What do you believe about that? And like, honestly, and the question had not in podcasts, in all interactions. And often the question hasn't even been asked. Just a couple key words have been said, and it's like, now fire your shotgun at me. And it's just so stupid. But the heuristics, consider the questions listed. Target question. How much would you contribute to save an endangered species? Heuristic question. How much emotion do I feel when I think of dying dolphins? And you have no idea that, oh man. And that's the intensity matching. So if you feel a lot of emotion about it, then you're going to answer, I would contribute a lot. But you didn't even think about how much you'd contribute. You just thought about the emotion. Brilliant. Gosh, now I almost feel like I should try to live as long as I can to have been able to contribute as much to the field as Kahneman. Well, you know what? He didn't come up with all this stuff. This is George Puglia. Anyway, target question. How happy are you with your life these days? Oh, and then heuristic question would be like, what's my mood right now, right? Yeah, literally, what is my mood right now? Now, I think I had seen that it started with a W, but anyway. Okay, this one I don't think I've seen. The heuristic. Okay, how popular will the president be 6 months from now? How popular is he now? How popular is the president right now? How should financial advisors who prey on the elderly be punished? How protective do I feel of the elderly, maybe? But I don't want to look at that one yet. Let's do the next one. This woman is running for the primary. How far will she go in politics? How far have women gone in politics? I mean, of course, these are just examples of just the questions. So it doesn't negate what anyway, so here's what he put. How should financial advisors who prey on the elderly be punished? The heuristic question is, how much anger do I feel when I think of financial predators? The target question is, this woman is running for the primary. How far will she go in politics? And the heuristic question, even simpler, does this woman look like a political winner? Oh yeah, dude. Fucking genius, I wrote, and I circled the page 102. All right, let me pee. God, poured way too much. Shouldn't we not drink until we've made it like halfway through? No, I mean we're morning. It's okay. All right, back to it. How long do you sit shivah for? Maybe do we have to split? No, because I want to be inspired by this stuff, and tomorrow get into doing this specific if-thens, starting to map the system. How long do you sit shivah? I'm not connected to the internet. All right, whatever. Okay, so oh, hello. You might not have seen the previous video. So we're sitting shivah for Daniel Kahneman, but not silently. I think you're supposed to be silent in it. And rather than being in his home, we are in his canonical work, his well, Thinking Fast and Slow. We're on page 102, and we had just flipped to this page and saw in the margin that I had written back when I read this in 2014. Fucking genius. So let's see what that's about. This is all about substitution, this section, in the chapter Answering an Easier Question. Okay, page 102. I guess I need to read some more before that. Okay, let's starting on page 101, section The Mood Heuristic for Happiness. A survey of German students is one of the best examples of substitution. The survey that the young artist... I am drinking. It's fucking major. Daniel Kahneman, holy shit. And also, this is I'm getting too upset as I see the things that he understood that but he understood so much more than what he was able than what people got. All right, anyway, the mood heuristic for happiness. A survey of German students is one of the best examples of substitution. The survey that the young participants completed included the following 2 questions. How happy are you these days? How many dates did you have last month? The experimenters were interested in the correlation between the 2 answers. Would the students who reported many dates say that they were happier than those with fewer dates? Surprisingly, no. The correlation between the answers was about 0. Evidently, dating was not what came first to the students' minds when they were asked to assess their happiness. Another group of students saw the same 2 questions, but in reverse order. How many dates did you have last month? How happy are you these days? The results this time were completely different. In this sequence, the correlation between the number of dates and reported happiness was about as high as correlations between psychological measures can get. What happened? And that's where I wrote, fucking genius. Fantastic. What a great experiment. And yeah, okay. Oh, you want to know the explanation? The explanation is straightforward. Hold on. The only other person that in this time, and I feel like I can talk to about this stuff, he's a Jew. He's Jewish. And I have been fucking on him to read this book. And we spoke a few weeks ago, and he was like, yeah, I know that one's your favorite. No, it's not. It's my favorite. It's my favorite because it's fucking important. And, but he's trying to read You Are Not So Smart, which I also recommended. Maybe this is too dense. So I told him, I was like, yo, I hope you're sitting shivah, number 1. And number 2, since he can't be in his house, I hope you're reading his work. Let's see what he said. Hey, look, the last message that I had for him, that I had sent him, that I saw in the, because my WhatsApp on the computer is just loading, the last message that it had was, I honestly think that the work you and I could do is on par with Tversky and Kahneman. That's funny. Why do you say shivah for Kahneman? I mean, why do you ask that question? Interesting. He said, yeah, I'm reading it. To be honest, a little surprised it speaks so strongly to you because it seems like there are some things that would clash with your worldview. Everything I know and believe is based on Kahneman, or some extension of it. I'm reading through it now for a video as part of my morning, and I'm just hitting stuff that reminds me what a fucking gift he was. What a gift he was to humanity. Anyway, if I understand correctly, we shouldn't be talking. Unless I'm wrong, in which case, please grieve with me. Oh, how great would it be if you were willing to do a Zoom? Yo, any chance you want to do a Zoom with me? Nah, fuck it. Because I'll just be hurt when he says no. Anyway, he said, yes, fair. I didn't realize he passed until just now. This morning, I woke up to a text from my dad. Kahneman, dead. Okay, anyway. So, back to it. Okay. So the affect heuristic, we're on page 103. We'll read the last paragraph because I've gotten a couple lines near the end underlined. We see here a new side of the personality, he puts in quotes, of System 2. Until now, I have mostly described it as a more or less acquiescent monitor, which allows considerable leeway to System 1. I have also presented System 2 as active and deliberate memory search, complex computations, comparisons, planning, and choice. In the bat and ball problem, and in many other examples of the interplay between the two systems, it appears that System 2 is ultimately in charge with the ability to resist the suggestions of System 1, the ability to slow things down and impose a logical analysis. I don't like that. Maybe this is the kind of thing that he was talking about, but impose rationality as he defined it earlier, or impose a desire to adhere or an attempt to adhere to logical values. Okay, now this is the part I underlined. Self-criticism is one of the functions of System 2. In the context of attitudes, however, System 2 is more of an apologist for the emotions of System 1 than a critic of those emotions, an endorser rather than an enforcer. That's what I underlined. Its search for information and arguments is mostly constrained to information that is consistent with existing beliefs, not with an intention to examine them. now this is underlined in blue, an active, coherent seeking system 1 suggests solutions to an undemanding system 2. Speaking of substitution and heuristics, I'm gonna be distracted by what do you think that I didn't like? All right, anyway. Speaking of substitution and heuristics, do we still remember the question we are trying to answer, or have we substituted an easier one? The question we face is whether this candidate can succeed. The question we seem to answer is whether she interviews well. Let's not substitute. He likes the project, so he thinks its costs are low and its benefits are high. Nice example of the affect heuristic. I wrote a question, what studies show that the causal relationship isn't reversed? Oh, that he likes the project because the costs are low and its benefits are high. We are using last year's performance as a heuristic to predict the value of the firm several years from now. Is this heuristic good enough? What other information do we need? Okay, then we've got a bunch of, and you should check this out, page 105. Is there a box for system 2? Thought it was going to be a box of functions of system 1 and functions of system 2. That's the end of the first part. The table below contains a list of features and activities that have been attributed to system 1. So these are a list of one-its or tasks for which one-its are activated. Sorry, I keep thinking the camera's over there. Each of the active sentences replaces a statement, technically more accurate but harder to understand, to the effect that a mental event occurs automatically and fast. My hope is that the list of traits will help you develop an intuitive understanding, an intuitive sense of the personality, he puts in quotes, of the fictitious system 1. As happens with other characters, you will have hunches about what system 1 would do under different circumstances, and most of your hunches will be correct. All right, characteristics of system 1. Generates impressions, feelings, and inclinations. When endorsed by system 2, these become beliefs, attitudes, and intentions. Operates automatically and quickly with little or no effort and no sense of voluntary control. So these are, this is the one-its. This is describing the one-its. Any it that's a one-it. Can be programmed by system 2 to mobilize attention when a particular pattern is detected. Search. And I think I call it call. Executes skilled responses and generates skilled intuitions after adequate training. Creates a coherent pattern, and that's the thing, like my dad doesn't even have the training or background to have sort of reliable instincts in these questions, I think. And so how could we test that? Well, it's very simple test is, do you? And he'll be the first to tell you, no, I don't. It creates a coherent pattern of activated ideas in associative memory. Links a sense of cognitive ease to illusions of truth, pleasant feelings, and reduced vigilance. Distinguishes the surprising from the normal. Infers and invents causes and intentions. Neglects ambiguity and suppresses doubt. Is biased to believe and confirm. Let me cut my Wi-Fi. Excuse me, Nia. Move. Exaggerates emotional consistency. Halo effect. Focuses on existing evidence and ignores absent evidence. Whizziati. Heaven. Actually, no, I don't know if they believe in heaven. I mean, obviously Kahneman himself was atheist, but he was just a Jew. I mean, so is Leo, I assume. I mean, no, Leo's definitely an atheist. Yeah. We haven't talked about the Israel-Palestine conflict, and I don't want to because I don't want to find out that he's like, I can't imagine that being possible. This West Coast liberal, you know, but I'm pretty confident his family's probably, anyway, let's move on. Generates a limited set of basic assessments. Represents sets by norms and prototypes. Does not integrate. I'm not sure what it means by does not integrate. But yeah, represents sets by norms and prototypes, not sums or ranges. Matches intensities across scales, e.g. size to loudness. Computes more than intended, mental shotgun. Sometimes substitutes an easier question for a difficult one, heuristics. And yeah, and it really is just about like, when the question is asked, whoever answers in here answers. And typically whoever answers is going to actually have been responding to a simpler question. I mean, especially if the question is difficult. Is more sensitive to changes than to states. Prospect theory. I thought prospect theory had something to do with risk aversion. What's it got to do with changes sensitive to changes than to states? I don't know. I never really understood prospect theories. Yo, it's getting hot under this yarmulke, bro. Overweights low probabilities. Feature introduced in detail in part 4. Shows diminishing sensitivity to quantity. Psychophysics. Oh, prospect theory. Oh, all of these last 5 are covered in part 4. Shows diminishing sensitivity to quantity. Psychophysics. Responds more strongly to losses than to gains. Loss aversion. Frames decision problems narrowly in isolation from one another. All right, and that's the end of part 1. Ooh, I've got a big corner down on this, lots of stuff underlined. We're on page 114 in the Law of Small Numbers. We're going to read the last 3 paragraphs of the section, A Bias of Confidence Over Doubt. No, I guess we're going to have to maybe read the whole thing. Okay. So, page 113. Fucking hell. And that sun is hot out there, bro. God, what if I forget to put this down and the cat escapes? So I haven't really adopted a cat yet. I just kidnapped a cat. I mean, well, the vets did and gave him to me. But it feels more like I'm holding a cat captive then. All right. A bias of confidence over doubt. In a telephone poll of 300 seniors, 60% support the president. That's not him talking. That's I don't know. It's for an experiment. So, in a telephone poll to 300 seniors, 60% support the president. If you had to summarize the message of this sentence in exactly 3 words, what would they be? Almost certainly you would choose elderly support president. That's right. These words provide the gist of the story. The omitted details of the poll, that it was done on the phone with a sample of 300, are of no interest in themselves. They provide background information that attracts little attention. Your summary would be the same if the sample size had been different. And this is domino processing. Information gets lost when a result hits a node. It doesn't have all of the previous information, which is kind of mentioned in the past. Your summary would be the same if the sample size had been different. Of course, a completely absurd number would draw your attention. A telephone poll of 6 or 60 million elderly voters. Unless you are a professional, however, you may not react differently to a sample of 150 and to a sample of 3,000. That is the meaning of the statement that people are not adequately sensitive to sample size. The message about the poll contains information of two kinds: the story and the source of the story. Naturally, you focus on the story rather than on the reliability of the results. When the reliability is obviously low, however, the message will be discredited. If you are told that a partisan group has conducted a flawed and biased poll to show that the elderly support the president, you will of course reject the findings of the poll, and they will not become part of what you believe. They will not be integrated. He didn't put they will not be integrated, but I'm almost, well, I don't know. Instead, the partisan poll and its false results will become a new story about political lies. You can choose to disbelieve a message in such clear-cut cases. But do you discriminate sufficiently between "I read in the New York Times" and "I heard at the water cooler"? No, we do not. Can your system 1 distinguish degrees of belief? The principle of Wysiady suggests that it cannot. And that's underlined. Can your system 1 distinguish degrees of belief? I'm not even sure the system 2 really can. I mean, maybe like into like 3 gradients, but as I described earlier, system 1 is not prone to doubt. It suppresses ambiguity. It suppresses ambiguity and spontaneously constructs stories that are as coherent as possible. Unless the message is immediately negated, the associations that it evokes will spread as if the message were true. That's right. Because unless there's another bottom processing, maybe one that is like, nope, fuck that, because, maybe, you had some absurd numbers, or because you already knew it's not what your team believes. So unless you have that, it just gets passed on as truth without the context and the, anyway. We're not really supposed to be talking this much. All right. As I described earlier, system 1 is not prone to doubt. It suppresses ambiguity and spontaneously constructs stories that are as coherent as possible. Unless the message is immediately negated, the associations that it evokes will spread as if the message were true. System 2 is capable of doubt because it can maintain incompatible possibilities at the same time. However, sustaining doubt is harder work than sliding into certainty. The law of small numbers is a manifestation of a general bias that favors certainty over doubt. He really does not refer to the mechanisms themselves as biases. Fantastic. Okay. The law of small numbers is a manifestation of a general bias that favors certainty over doubt, which will turn up in many guises in following chapters. The strong bias toward believing that small samples closely resemble the population from which they are drawn is also part of a larger story. We are prone to exaggerate the consistency and coherence of what we see. The exaggerated faith of researchers in what can be learned from a few observations is closely related to the halo effect. I've got a blue underline. The sense we often get that we know and understand a person about whom we actually know very little. System 1 runs ahead of the facts in constructing a rich image on the basis of scraps of evidence. A machine for jumping to conclusions will act as if it believed in the law of small numbers. More generally, it will produce a representation of reality that makes too much sense. Cause and chance. Now I've got a blue box around just the first sentence of the section, cause and chance. The associative machinery seeks causes. All right, we're not going to go into that. I do have a blue line here, though. Random processes produce many sequences that convince people that the process is not random after all. You can see why assuming causality could have had evolutionary advantages. It is part of the general vigilance that we have inherited from ancestors. We are automatically on the lookout for the possibility that the environment has changed. Lions may appear on the plain at random times, but it would be safer to notice and respond to an apparent increase in the rate of appearance of prides of lions, even if it is actually due to the fluctuations of a random process. Page 117, blue underline. If you follow your intuition, you will more often than not err by misclassifying a random event as systematic. That's from the paragraph. The illusion of pattern affects our lives in many ways off the basketball court. How many good years should you wait before concluding that an investment advisor is unusually skilled? How many successful acquisitions should be needed for a board of directors to believe that the CEO has extraordinary flair for such deals? The simple answer to these questions is that if you follow your intuition, you will more often than not err by misclassifying a random event as systematic. We are far too willing to reject the belief that much of what we see in life We are far too willing to reject the belief that much of what we see in life is random. That's right. Speaking of the law of small numbers, hold on, let me make sure I didn't. What about chapter? Yeah, okay. Speaking of the law of small numbers, yes, the studio has had 3 successful films since the new CEO took over, but it is too early to declare he has a hot hand. I won't believe that the new trader is a genius before consulting a statistician who could estimate the likelihood of his streak being a chance event. Oh man, that's proper critical recognition. Great. The sample of observations is too small to make any inferences. Let's not follow the law of small numbers. I plan to keep the results of the experiment secret until we have a sufficiently large sample. Otherwise, we will face pressure to reach a conclusion prematurely, guys. Chapter 11, anchors. I wrote, this is confusing. And then I guess I decided, no, actually it isn't confusing. And then I was like, no, it is confusing. Anchoring as adjustment. So we're bottom page 20, that's the section. Amos liked the idea of an anchor and adjust heuristic as a strategy for estimating uncertain quantities. Starting from an anchoring number, assess whether it is too high or too low, and gradually adjust your estimate by mentally moving from the anchor. The adjustment typically ends prematurely because people stop when they are no longer certain that they should move farther. Decades after our disagreement and years after Amos's death, convincing evidence of such a process was offered independently by 2 psychologists who had worked closely with Amos early in their careers, Elder Shafir and Tom Gilovich, together with their own students, Amos's intellectual grandchildren. I'm your intellectual grandchild, Kahneman. Or child, I guess. Huh. To get the idea, take a sheet of paper and draw a 2.5-inch line going up, starting at the bottom of the page with a ruler. I don't know whether, maybe it shouldn't be lined. Fucking, I don't have my fucking... Fucking hell. Okay. I have to do what from the middle. You've had time to get paper now, right? Okay. To get the idea, take a sheet of paper and draw a 2.5-inch line going up, starting at the bottom of the page. All right, that's mine. Without a ruler, by the way. Now take another sheet and start at the top and draw a line. I see. And then we're going to compare these, and they're going to be different. Okie dokie. Of course, I'm influenced. Is this still a battery? So, anyway. Okay, now take another sheet, do one going down until it's 2.5 inches from the bottom. Oh! Sorry, so we messed up the second sheet. So actually, okay, get a third sheet. Throw away your second sheet. Now, start at the top and draw a line going down until it is 2.5 inches from the bottom. That's where I'm stopping. I made it darker, but I didn't change it. Okay, now let's see. Okay, there's the gap between them. And we saw that when I did one from the top and one from the bottom, they're pretty much identical. It was less of a difference than this. All right, let's see what he says about it. Compare the lines. There's a good chance that your first estimate of 2.5 inches was shorter than the second. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. This one. Oh. All right, let me make it a little darker. Does it matter which one we, well, this was the first one. All right, let's see. Gotta get the pages. All right, well, with the marker, there is a smaller gap, but it's still, the bottom one is shorter than when I was coming down from the top. The reason is that you do not know exactly what such a line looks like. There is a range of uncertainty. I am not at all confused by this. I know exactly what this is. You stop near the bottom, so you're drawing from here. You're drawing from here. And at some point you enter a range of uncertainty. You're not sure whether 2.5 inches is here or here, right? So this is your range. Well, you stop near the bottom. So if your range is like, you reckon at 2.5 inches, oops, no, that should be more like that maybe. No, that's not good. All right, well, I fucked it up. But anyway, you have some range for the 2.5 inches. And you stop near the bottom of the range. So you stop near the bottom of the region of uncertainty when you start from the bottom of the page, and near the top of the region of uncertainty and then near the top of the region of uncertainty, ignore that little line. So at the top of the region of uncertainty when you start from the top. Okay, very good. Now my ranges aren't, no, my ranges aren't at all the same. But I wasn't actually doing my range. I was trying to do a range that the thing fell into, that the endpoint fell into. Robin, LaBeouf, and Shafir found many examples of that mechanism in daily experience. Insufficient adjustment neatly explains why you are likely to drive too fast when you come off the highway onto city streets, especially if you are talking with someone as you drive. Insufficient adjustment is also a source of tension between exasperated parents and teenagers who enjoy loud music in their room. LaBeouf and Shafir noted that a well-intentioned child who turns down exceptionally loud music to meet a parent's demand that it be played at a reasonable volume may fail to adjust sufficiently from a high anchor and may feel that genuine attempts at compromise are being overlooked. I did turn it down. Yeah, and they weren't trying to fuck with you. It's just that they stopped at the top of their range. Or at the top of the range for reasonable, and you were hoping, you're thinking, maximum, let's go to the bottom. Okay, got it. The driver and the child both deliberately adjust down and both fail to adjust enough. People adjust less, stay closer to the anchor when their mental resources are depleted, either because their memory is loaded with digits or because they are slightly drunk. Got this thing I need to reread. System 1 understands sentences by trying to make them true. That's not what I have to reread. That's in what I have to reread, but that has a blue thing, a blue underline. Oh, and then later I write, oh, I got it. Page 120, that system 1 understands sentences by trying to make them true is 122, 124. The only difference between the two groups was that the students conceded that they were influenced by the anchor, while the professionals denied that influence. Good on you, students. All right, now, page 127, anchoring and the two systems. What I have written here on the side. As was the case in both instances with Angie, arguments/events are too often reduced to their emotional power words. A decent measure of an idea in a hurry, but still unreliable, okay? Anchoring in the two systems. The effects of random anchors may have much to tell us about the relationship between System 1 and System 2. Anchoring effects have always been studied in tasks of judgment and choice that are ultimately completed by System 2. However, System 2 works on data that is retrieved from memory in an automatic and involuntary operation of System 1. However, System 2 works on data that is retrieved from memory in an automatic and involuntary operation of System 1. System 2 is therefore susceptible to the biasing influence of anchors that make some information easier to retrieve. Furthermore, System 2 has no control over the effect and no knowledge of it. The participants who have been exposed to random or absurd anchors, such as Gandhi's death at age 144, confidently deny that this obviously useless information could have influenced their estimate. And they are wrong. Has he already talked about that experiment? Now, let's go back to that real quick. I am hot as hell. Obviously, it's the alcohol. Okay, anchoring as priming effect, page 122. When Amos and I debated anchoring, I agreed that adjustment sometimes occurs, but I was uneasy. Adjustment is a deliberate and conscious activity, but in most cases of anchoring, there is no corresponding subjective experience. Consider these two questions. Was Gandhi more or less than 144 years old when he died? How old was Gandhi when he died? Did you produce your estimate by adjusting down from 144? Probably not, but the absurdly high number still affected your estimate. My hunch was that anchoring is a case of suggestion. This is the word we use when someone causes us to see, hear, or feel something by merely bringing it to mind. For example, the question, do you now feel a slight numbness in your left leg, always prompts quite a few people to report that their left leg does indeed feel a little strange. Amos was more conservative than I was about hunches, and he correctly pointed out that appealing to suggestion did not help us understand anchoring, because we did not know how to explain suggestion. I had to agree that he was right, but I never became enthusiastic about the idea of insufficient adjustment as the sole cause of anchoring effects. We conducted many inconclusive experiments in an effort to understand anchoring, but we failed and eventually gave up the idea of writing more about it. The puzzle that defeated us is now solved because the concept of suggestion is no longer obscure. Suggestion is a priming effect which selectively evokes compatible evidence. You did not believe for a moment that Gandhi lived for 144 years, but your associative machinery surely generated an impression of a very ancient person. Then now we have the blue underline. System 1 understands sentences by trying to make them true. And the selective activation of compatible thoughts produces a family of systematic errors that make us gullible and prone to believe too strongly whatever we believe. We can now see why Amos and I did not realize that there were two types of anchoring. The research techniques and theoretical ideas we need did not yet exist. So that was the thing I had to reread. Everything under the Gandhi example. I don't know what I was confused about. Then we saw on page 124, the only difference between the two groups was that the students conceded that they were influenced by the anchor while the professionals denied it. Let's read that paragraph. The anchoring effect is not a laboratory curiosity. It can be just as strong in the real world. In an experiment conducted some years ago, real estate agents were given an opportunity to assess the value of a house that was actually on the market. They visited the house and studied a comprehensive booklet of information that included an asking price. Half the agents saw an asking price. Half the agents saw an asking price that was substantially higher than the listed price of the house. The other half saw an asking price that was substantially lower. Each agent gave her opinion about a reasonable buying price for the house and the lowest price at which she would agree to sell the house if she owned it. The agents were then asked about the factors that had affected their judgment. Remarkably, the asking price was not one of these factors. The agents took pride in their ability to ignore it. Oh no, I've been in this business long enough to ignore the asking price and to just evaluate the house. Yeah. Oh, that last thing I said was came from me. It's not written. They insisted that the listing price had no effect on their responses, but they were wrong. The anchoring effect was 41%. Indeed, the professionals were almost as susceptible to anchoring effects as business school students with... What was that noise? You got water? As business school students with no real estate experience, whose anchoring index was 48%. So business school students were affected by the asking price. The effect was 48%. The real estate agents were also affected by the asking price. We see a 41% effect. The only difference between the two groups was that the students conceded that they were influenced by the anchor, while the professionals denied that influence. Then we saw 127, anchoring in the two systems. Okay, speaking of anchors, page 128. Is that what that noise was? The firm we want to acquire sent us their business plan with the revenue they expect. We shouldn't let that number influence our thinking. Set it aside. Plans are best case scenarios. Let's avoid anchoring on plans when we forecast actual outcomes. Thinking about ways the plan could go wrong is one way to do it. Plans are best case scenarios. Let's avoid anchoring on plans when we forecast actual outcomes. Thinking about ways the plan could go wrong is one way to do it. Our aim in the negotiation is to get them anchored on this number. Let's make it clear that if that is their proposal, the negotiations are over. We do not want to start there. The defendant's lawyers put in a frivolous reference in which they mentioned a ridiculously low amount of damages, and they got the judge anchored on it. Fucking hell. We're doing the same. I mean, Kahneman. Chapter 12, The Science of Availability. Oh, I underlined the Oregon Research Institute. This was back when I thought I could have a future in academia. And so I was like, oh, I should check them out. Maybe I can work with them. Pathetic. I asked here, what's the diff? Salient event that page 130, a salient event that attracts your attention will be easily retrieved from memory. Divorces among Hollywood celebrities and sex scandals among politicians attract much attention, and instances will come easily to mind. You are therefore likely to exaggerate the frequency of both Hollywood divorces and political sex scandals. Bullet point number 2, a dramatic event temporarily increases the availability of its category. A plane crash, I think that's the difference, temporary. Okay. Oh, this wasn't 2014, this is 2013. I think I finished in 2014. We have the date here, September 23rd, 2013, or as we now would call it, we shouldn't even say 2013. 12,013, Inber, 23, whatever the day was. Like I said in my fucking personal statement, okay, let's see, page 131. Resisting this large collection of potential availability biases is possible but tiresome. You must make the effort to reconsider your impressions and intuitions by asking such questions as, is our belief that thefts by teenagers are a major problem due to a few recent instances in our neighborhood? Or could it be that I feel no need to get a flu shot because none of my acquaintances got the flu last year? Maintaining one's vigilance against biases is a chore, but the chance to avoid a costly mistake is sometimes worth the effort. Seems pretty basic. I don't know what I got so excited about. Well, I guess back in 2013 that would have been exciting. Here I put, reread. And I've got a squiggly line under something, and it's included in the reread part. And squiggly lines mean something I don't understand. I am generally not optimistic about the potential for personal control of biases, but this is an exception. I didn't squiggly underline, but this is an exception. I squiggly lined. I am generally not optimistic about the potential for personal control of biases. Maybe back then, yeah, because right after this is when I called essentially system 2, or the conscious self, I called it ego, and then the intuition, I called it bid. And my whole point was, yo, guys, we got to wake up and start monitoring our bids better. So he probably changed my mind about that. What's this paragraph I want to reread? One of the best-known studies of availability suggests that awareness of your own biases can contribute to peace in marriages. Underline that, can contribute to peace in marriages. And probably in other joint projects. All right, that's on page 135. I don't know. I'm not going to read it now. But let's move. Oh, fuck it. One of the best-known studies of availability suggests that awareness of your own biases can contribute to peace in marriages and probably in other joint projects. In a famous study, spouses were asked, how large was your personal contribution to keeping the place tidy in percentages? They also answered similar, and then the values are not going to add up to 100. And being aware that doesn't mean like my judgment's right and yours is wrong because our things aren't adding up to 100, but instead, we're probably both bad at judging the percentages. Okay. In a famous study, spouses were asked, how large was your personal contribution to keeping the place tidy in percentages? They also answered similar questions about taking out the garbage, initiating social engagements, etc. Would the self-estimated contributions add up to 100% or more or less? More. As expected, the self-assessed contributions added up to more than 100%. The explanation is a simple availability bias. Of course, you think about the times. I'll let him say. The explanation is a simple availability bias. Both spouses remember their own individual efforts and contributions much more clearly than those of the other, and the difference in availability leads to a difference in judged frequency. The bias is not necessarily self-serving. Spouses also overestimated their contribution to causing quarrels, although to a smaller extent than their contributions to more desirable outcomes. The same bias contributes to the common observation that many members of a collaborative team feel they have done more than their share and also feel that the others are not adequately grateful for their individual contributions. I am generally not optimistic about the potential for personal... I don't know why I had to reread that previous thing. Anyway, I am generally not optimistic about the potential for personal control of biases, but this is an exception. The opportunity for successful debiasing exists because the circumstances in which issues of credit allocation come up are easy to identify. The more so because tensions often arise when several people at once feel that their efforts are not adequately recognized. The mere observation that there is usually more than 100% credit to go around is sometimes sufficient to defuse the situation. In any event, it is a good thing for each individual to remember. You will occasionally do more than your share, but it is useful to know that you are likely to have that feeling even when each member of the team feels the same way. And, a thought I just had was I can sort of handle the loneliness of sort of understanding these things, watching out, or, keeping an eye on my own cognitive mechanisms, or the best I can, and to the best to. But what I can't do is, in addition to doing all that extra work, having all that extra skepticism of self that other people aren't demonstrating, in addition to having that, to have those people also tell me that I'm not skeptical of myself, that I'm not checking my ideas, that's just too much, bro. And that's kind of what happened yesterday with my dad. That's just too much. That's just too much. I can only be a martyr if I'm going to be remembered as a martyr. I can't be a martyr if I feel like people are going to remember me. I can suffer in my epistemic humility unless people are going to remember me as having suffered in my epistemic arrogance. Let's see. When you try too hard, you yield fewer results because you feel troubled? Wait, try harder and get fewer results? Let's read this paragraph. Page 132, an even more direct demonstration of the role of fluency. Now we're talking about fluency now. An even more direct demonstration of the role of fluency was offered by other psychologists in the same group. All the participants in their experiment listed 6 instances of assertive or non-assertive behavior while maintaining a specified facial expression. Smilers were instructed to contract the zygomaticus muscle, which produces a light... I don't know where it is. Which produces a light smile. Frowners were required to furrow their brow. As you already know, frowning normally accompanies cognitive strain, and the effect is symmetric. When people are instructed to frown while doing a task, they actually try harder. So I put a blue squiggly. Wait, try harder and get fewer. Oh, because I guess later, I don't know. When people are instructed to frown while doing a task, they actually try harder and experience greater cognitive strain. The researchers anticipated that the frowners would have more difficulty retrieving examples of assertive behavior and would therefore rate themselves as relatively lacking in assertiveness. So it was. Wow. No, past Eris. It's not because you feel troubled. It's just, I don't really know. Actually, try harder. They try harder, so more force, and they experience more cognitive strain. So they give up more easily. I wrote fascinating. And then under here I wrote nice on page 133. But, I'm getting tired, so we got to keep moving. Page 134, judgments are no longer influenced by ease of retrieval when the experience of fluency is given spurious explanation by the presence of curved or straight text boxes. That's really interesting. I'm not okay. I don't really remember what that's about, but I know it's interesting. Okay, so George W. Bush said in November 2002, aka 12,002, Chaber. I don't spend a lot of time taking polls around the world to tell me what I think is the right way to act. I've just got to know how I feel. Ugh. Fuck you. They go on to show that reliance on intuition is only in part a personality trait. Merely reminding people of a time when they had power increases their apparent trust in their own intuition. All right, speaking of availability, page 136. Because of the coincidence of 2 planes crashing last month, she now prefers to take the train. That's silly. The risk hasn't really changed. It's an availability bias. He underestimates the risks of indoor pollution because there are few media stories on them. That's an availability effect. You should look at the statistics. She has been watching too many spy movies recently, so she's seeing conspiracies everywhere. The CEO has had several successes in a row, so failure doesn't come easily to her mind. The availability bias is making her overconfident. But it's not like these people had good information and then were misled by the heuristic. This is a case where one has nothing to use but the heuristic. That's important. That's my note. Hold on, just what's my note on page 139? Couldn't that be the way they favor it? Oh. Because even things that are extremely beneficial also may be something. My bad. Also maybe hog something. Oh, huge, something risk. Maybe I don't know. All right, let's go back to 138. The most influential studies of availability biases were carried out by our friends in Eugene, where Paul Slavik and his longtime collaborator Sarah Lichtenstein were joined by our former student Baruch Fischloff. They carried out groundbreaking research on public perceptions of risks, including a survey that has become the standard example of an availability bias. They asked participants in their survey to consider pairs of causes of death: diabetes and asthma, or stroke and accidents. For each pair, the subjects indicated the more frequent cause and estimated the ratio of the 2 frequencies. The judgments were compared to health statistics of the time. Here's a sample of their findings. Strokes cause almost twice as many deaths as all accidents combined, but 80% of respondents judged accidental death to be more likely. Tornadoes were seen as more frequent killers than asthma, although the latter causes 20 times more deaths. Death by lightning was judged less likely than death from botulism, even though it is 52 times more frequent. Death by disease is 18 times as likely as accidental death, but the 2 were judged about equally likely. Death by accidents was judged to be more than 300 times more likely than death by diabetes, but the true ratio is 1 to 4. So instead of 300 to 1, it's 1 to 4. But it's not like these people had good information and then were misled by the heuristic. This is the case here. The lesson is clear. Estimates of causes of death are warped by media coverage. Coverage is itself biased toward novelty and poignancy, whatever. So, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, was I disagreeing with something? I don't know. Page 140. His work offers a picture of Mr. and Ms. Citizen that is far from flattering, guided by emotion rather than by reason, easily swayed by trivial details, and inadequately sensitive to differences between low and negligibly low probabilities. Guided. Oh, yeah. I guess if you're talking about like an affect. Oh, this whole section's about. Oh, yeah. Availability and affect. Okay. Because it requires the context of goals, right? Height is objective, and you can use inches, centimeters, feet, etc. Which reflects reaction to public pressures more than careful objective analysis. Think about this more. That's because it's bullshit. Many aspects of risk assessment are debatable, but he has faith in the objectivity that may be achieved by science expertise and careful deliberation. What do I want to think about more? Sunstein has not been persuaded by Slavic's argument that risk and its measurement is subjective. And I wrote, that's because it's bullshit. Talks more about Sunstein. All right. That's an interesting question. I don't know where I am. Rational or page 144. Rational or not, fear is painful and debilitating, and policymakers must endeavor to protect the public from fear, not only from real dangers. I put yep. Speaking of availability cascades, she's raving about an innovation that has large benefits and no cost. I suspect the affect heuristic. Yeah, because how can something actually have no cost? Okay. This is an availability cascade, a non-event that is inflated by the media and the public until it fills our TV screens and becomes all anyone is talking about. If a man in a Hispanic neighborhoods, if a man in a Hispanic, if a man in a Hispanic neighborhood, and then I have a symbol that has changed in my language sense, maybe it means or, black, is he probably African American? Hell yeah. This is probably something where he's talking about statistics. Yeah, he's talking about representativeness and Tom W. And I'm still not getting it. It's the same issues I had with Linda. But I get it now. I guess that's what you've been saying. On page 152, I said, I guess that's what you've been saying. Okay. I wrote me on page 153. However, there are two possible reasons for the failure of system 2, ignorance or laziness. Some people ignore base rates because they believe them to be irrelevant. And I was like, me? The second sin of representativeness is insensitivity to the quality of evidence. I wrote, And then I wrote Bayesian, but we're not going to cover that now. Speaking of representativeness, page 155. The lawn is well trimmed, the receptionist looks competent, and the furniture is attractive. But this doesn't mean it's a well-managed company. I hope the board does not go by representativeness. This startup looks as if it could not fail, but the base rate of success in the industry is extremely low. How do we know this case is different? They keep making the same mistake, predicting rare events from weak evidence. When the evidence is weak, one should stick with the base rates. That is essential to my failures to understand. I know this report is absolutely damning, but it may be based on solid evidence. But how sure are we? We must allow for that uncertainty in our thinking. Yeah, maybe the report isn't cup. Oh, Linda, less is more. Conjunction fallacy. I'm still trying to understand this. The word fallacy is used in general when people fail to apply a logical rule that is obviously relevant. Amos and I introduced the idea of a conjunction fallacy, which people commit when they judge a conjunction of two events, here, bank teller and feminist, to be more probable than one of the events, bank teller, in a direct comparison. I'm still trying to understand this. This is a trap, page 160. This is a trap for forecasters and their clients. Adding detail to scenarios makes them more persuasive, but less likely to come true. Yeah. Okay. Speaking of less is more, they constructed a very complicated scenario and insisted on calling it highly probable. It is not. It is only a plausible story. They added a cheap gift to the expensive product and made the whole deal less attractive. Less is more in this case. In most situations, a direct comparison makes people more careful and more logical, but not always. Sometimes intuition beats logic, even when the correct answer stares you in the face. That's something I don't love, but that's good enough for water cooler talk, I guess. And what we mean by logic here is something that approximates her logic. Okay. On profiling. Page 169. The costs are worth paying to achieve a better society, but denying that the costs exist while satisfying to the soul and politically correct is not scientifically defensible. All right, let's read that paragraph. The social norm against stereotyping, including the opposition to profiling, has been highly beneficial in creating a more civilized and more equal society. It is useful to remember, however, that neglecting valid stereotypes inevitably results in suboptimal judgments. Resistance to stereotyping is a laudable moral position, but the simplistic idea that the resistance is costless is wrong. The costs are worth paying to achieve a better society, but denying that the cost exists, while satisfying to the soul and politically correct, is not scientifically defensible. Reliance on the affect heuristic is common in politically charged arguments. The positions we favor have no cost, and those we oppose have no benefits. We should be able to do better. Can psychology be taught? Can psychology be taught? The reckless cab drivers and the impossibly difficult exam illustrate two inferences that people can draw from causal base rates: a stereotypical trait that is attributed to an individual, and a significant feature of the situation that affects an individual's outcome. What do you think the participants in the experiment did? So far as participants knew, one of them was having a seizure and had asked for help. The interviewees, they appeared to be nice, normal, decent people. They described their hobbies, their spare time activities, and their plans for the future, which were entirely conventional. After watching the video of an interview, the students guessed how quickly that particular person had come to the aid of a stricken stranger. Ooh, got a big circle on page 174. All right, page 174. This is a profoundly important conclusion. People who are taught surprising statistical facts about human behavior may be impressed to the point of telling their friends about what they have heard, but this does not mean that their understanding of the world has really changed. Oh, right. So first of all, I would raise my hands up because it all started with Freakonomics for me. So I was taught some surprising statistical facts about human behavior, and that's what started my whole journey about like, the world is not what we thought. But it's so true that when I tell other people about these experiments, they go, huh, that's interesting. And then they talk to someone else about it. And I've had people go, oh yeah, I told someone about the because experiment. All right, let's read this. This is a profoundly, all right. Nisbet and Borgida summarize the results in a memorable sentence. Subjects' unwillingness to deduce the particular from the general was matched only by their willingness to infer the general from the particular. Subjects' unwillingness to deduce the particular from the general was matched only by their willingness to infer the general from the particular. This is a profoundly important conclusion. People who are taught, I get it. People who are taught surprising statistical facts about human behavior may be impressed to the point of telling their friends about what they have heard, but this does not mean that their understanding of the world has really changed. The test of learning psychology is whether your understanding of situations you encounter has changed, whether your understanding of situations you encounter has changed, not whether you have learned a new fact. There's a deep gap between our thinking about statistics and our thinking about individual cases. Statistical results with a causal interpretation have a stronger effect on our thinking than non-causal information. But even compelling causal statistics will not change long-held beliefs or beliefs rooted in personal experience. That's why nobody's listened to you. That's why this book didn't change the world like it fucking should have. On the other hand, surprising individual cases have a power. That's why it was a bestseller. And yet, and you know, the number of people that have heard of it. I don't think I've ever met someone who like had read it, let alone had like been affected by it in an important way. On the other hand, surprising individual cases have a powerful impact and are a more effective tool for teaching psychology because the incongruity must be resolved and embedded in a causal story. That is why this book contains questions that are addressed personally to the reader. You are more likely to learn something by finding surprises in your own behavior than by hearing surprising facts about people in general. Speaking of causes and statistics, we can't assume that they will really learn anything from mere statistics. Let's show them one or two representative individual cases to influence their system one. No need to worry about this statistical information being ignored. On the contrary, it will immediately be used to feed a stereotype. I am not following this at all. A bunch of numbers. I'm not even going to try. Wait, but how do we know store one did poorly? Maybe they did exceptionally well. I don't mean to sound like an idiot pointing out just a possibility, but I mean to say that it is just as probable. Probable versus possible. I wrote, fuck! All right, let's see. Having read this chapter, you know that the obvious solution of adding 10% to the sales of each store is wrong. And I guess I did not know that, so I was like, fuck. All right, speaking of regression to mediocrity, she says experience has taught her that criticism is more effective than praise. What she doesn't understand is that it's all due to regression to the mean. Perhaps his second interview was less impressive than the first because he was afraid of disappointing us, but more likely it was his first that was unusually good. Our screening procedure is good, but not perfect, so we should anticipate regression. We shouldn't be surprised that the very best candidates often fail to meet our expectations. Blessings in the blink of an eye every day. Please come back to me. Musicology, all the Facebook photos of ladies adoring me. I'm gonna need another lady. I'm single. No idea what that is. Some of it was in quotes. Some notes I made. And I also wrote page 201. I don't know. Anyway, so we're on page 185. The start of chapter 18, Taming Intuitive Predictions, second paragraph. Some predictive judgments, such as those made by engineers, rely largely on lookup tables, precise calculations, and explicit analyses of outcomes observed on similar occasions. Others involve intuition in system one. In two main varieties, some intuitions draw primarily on skill and expertise acquired by repeated experience. Other intuitions, which are sometimes subjectively indistinguishable from the first, arise from the operation of heuristics that often substitute an easy question for the harder one that was asked. Okay. What else can they do? Right, regression. Okay, I'm beginning to get it. Yeah. However, page 193, however, we are not all rational, and some of us may need the security of distorted estimates to avoid paralysis. However, for a rational person, predictions that are unbiased and moderate should not present a problem. After all, the rational venture capitalist knows that even the most promising startups have only a moderate chance of success. She views her jobs as picking the most promising bets from the bets that are available and does not feel the need to delude herself about the prospects of a startup in which she plans to invest. Similarly, rational individuals predicting the revenue of a firm will not be bound to a single number. They should consider the range of uncertainty around the most likely outcome. A rational person will invest a large sum in an enterprise that is most likely to fail if the rewards of success are large enough. All right. Because even if it's a small chance, if the reward is large enough, that's the whole expected utility equation. A rational person will invest a large sum in an enterprise that is most likely to fail if the rewards of success are large enough, without deluding herself about the chances of success. Yeah, she doesn't need to lie to herself like, I'm putting all this money in because it blah blah. That is a natural instinct. But someone who's good at investing, then they don't need to resolve the cognitive dissonance and say, I'm putting all this money in because it's actually a good idea. Putting all this money in because it's actually a good idea in terms of like the equation, but not that I actually think they're gonna succeed. But it's just worth. Okay. However, we are not all rational, and some of us may need the security of distorted estimates to avoid paralysis. If you choose to delude yourself by accepting extreme predictions, however, you will do well to remain aware of your own self-indulgence. Got it. So not everyone can handle that. So in order to commit to that amount of money, they have to tell themselves some stories about how it's going to succeed. But you will do well to remain aware of your self-indulgence. Ooh, we have a nice and a star. Page 194. The intuitive choice favors Kim because she left a stronger impression and whizzy-addy. But it is also the case that there is much less information about Kim than about Jane. We are back to the law of small numbers. Put a check mark. Nice. In effect, we have a smaller sample of information from Kim than from Jane, and extreme outcomes are much more likely to be observed in small samples. Blah, blah, blah. Following our intuitions is more natural and somehow more pleasant than acting against them. That's what I put a star by. And then I put a bar by whether the best guess about the prospects of the second startup is still superior when the uncertainty is factored in is a question that deserves careful consideration. Near the bottom, page 194. Be warned, your intuitions will deliver predictions that are too extreme, and you will be inclined to put far too much faith in them. Then we have a note. I think I get it. This was before I lived in France. I don't know what this is. What number? This might be a 7. 70% get it? So I'd read that now as 10% get it. But I don't think I would say I think I get it and then put 10% get it. But that's how I write a 1 now. I think that's a 70. Oh, actually, it seems more obvious now when I look at it from there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Speaking of intuitive predictions, that startup achieved an outstanding proof of concept, but we shouldn't expect them to do as well in the future. They're still a long way from the market, and there's a lot of room for regression. Our intuitive prediction is very favorable, but it is probably too high. Let's take into account the strength of our evidence and regress the prediction toward the mean. The investment may be a good idea, but if the best guess is that it will fail, the investment may be a good idea even if the best guess is that it will fail. Let's not say we really believe it is the next Google. I read one review of that brand, and it was excellent. Still, that could have been a fluke. Let's consider only the brands that have a large number of reviews and pick one that looks best. By the way, what's so terrible about this? So one thing that I resent Kahneman, what about like daily regular conversations? We don't need to help all the board members and the, all the upper middle class capitalist jagoffs reason better. Give us some examples from like, you know, real situations that the people are in. That could be a cool project. Do you want to do that with me? For every chapter, we'll come up with like 3 or 4 examples that, that we think would speak to the people more. That, where it's not always about evaluating stock or a merger or whatever. Ooh, that's a lot of underlines. Part 3, overconfidence. There's an appendix, so I think we are more than halfway through. Yeah, look, I just flipped to the appendix. So we're on page... Ooh, I'm excited. Ooh, chapter 19, the illusion of understanding. So just over 400 pages, and we're on 200. Oh, okay. Illusion of understanding, that's obviously huge. The human mind, page 200. Inconsistencies reduce the ease of our thoughts and the clarity of our feelings. Blue underline, bro. Bloonderline, bro. The statement, Hitler loves dogs and little children, is shocking, no matter how many times you hear it, because any trace of kindness in someone so evil violates the expectations set up by the halo effect. Inconsistencies reduce the ease of our thoughts and the clarity of our feelings. I posted a video. Hitler was a really good dancer. The human mind does not deal well with non-events. The fact that many of the important events that did occur involve choices further tempts you to exaggerate the role of skill and underestimate the part that luck played in the outcome. Because every critical decision turned out well, the record suggests almost flawless prescience. But bad luck could have disrupted any one of the successful steps. The halo effect adds the final touches, leading an aura of invincibility to the heroes of the story. How do we find the unlucky talent? Page 201. Our comforting conviction that the world makes sense rests on a secure foundation, our almost unlimited ability to ignore our ignorance. Right? That doesn't have a blue line. I wrote, interesting here. What about? What is perverse about the use of no in this context, no, K-N-O-W, is not that some individuals get credit for prescience that they do not deserve. It is that the language implies that the world is more knowable than it is. It helps perpetuate a pernicious illusion. The core of the illusion is that we believe we understand the past, which implies that the future should also be knowable, but in fact we understand the past less than we believe we do. Page 202, a general limitation of the human mind is its imperfect ability to reconstruct past states of knowledge or beliefs that have changed. Once you adopt a new view of the world or of any part of it, you immediately lose much of your ability to recall what you used to believe before your mind changed. And we saw me struggle with that a little bit, because when I read this, I believed in sort of a conscious, intelligent self, and I thought that these heuristics or intuitions were like things that sort of happen, but we could like pause them and then get serious and engage. And I was, or I don't remember, but there was a moment in this video where clearly I had forgotten what I used to believe. Your inability to, let's read this paragraph between these two blues. Many psychologists have studied what happens when people change their minds. Choosing a topic on which minds are not completely made up, say the death penalty, the experimenter carefully measures people's attitudes. Next, the participants see or hear a persuasive pro or con message. Then the experimenter measures people's attitudes again. They usually are closer to the persuasive message they were exposed to. Finally, the participants report the opinion they held beforehand. This task turns out to be surprisingly difficult. Asked to reconstruct their former beliefs, people retrieve their current ones instead, an instance of substitution. And many cannot believe that they ever felt differently. And probably there's some anchoring too. Maybe they move a little bit away from their... Your inability to reconstruct past beliefs will inevitably cause you to underestimate the extent to which you were surprised by past events. Yes. Yes. Baruch Fischhoff, I think I said Fischhoff earlier. Baruch Fischhoff first demonstrated this I knew it all along effect, or hindsight bias, when he was a student in Jerusalem. Together with Ruth Baith, another of our students, Fischhoff conducted a survey before President Richard Nixon visited China and Russia in 1972. The respondents assigned probabilities to 15 possible outcomes of Nixon's diplomatic initiatives. Would Mao Zedong agree to meet with Nixon? Might the United States grant diplomatic recognition to China? After decades of enmity, could the United States and the Soviet Union agree on anything significant? You can guess what happened. People's guesses were wrong, and then they we talked about earlier, because this is what it had opened to, because we're close to the middle of the book. About this, yeah, I said yes, and I underlined, because adherence to understanding operating procedures is difficult to second guess, decision makers who expect to have their decisions scrutinized with hindsight are driven to bureaucratic solutions and to an extreme reluctance to take risks. We talked about how doctors, page 206. Because of the halo effect, we get the causal relationship backward. We are prone to believe that the firm fails because its CEO is rigid, when the truth is that the CEO appears to be rigid because the firm is failing. This is how illusions of understanding are born. Page 208. Speaking of hindsight, the mistake appears obvious, but it is just hindsight. You could not have known in advance. He's learning too much from this success story, which is too tidy. He has fallen for a narrative fallacy. She has evidence for saying that the firm is badly managed. She has no evidence for saying that the firm is badly managed. All she knows is that its stock has gone down. This is an outcome bias, part hindsight and part halo effect. Let's not fall for the outcome bias. This was a stupid decision, even though it worked out well. Chapter 20, page 209. System 1 is designed to jump to conclusions from little evidence, and it is not designed to know the size of its jumps, I underlined. Because of Wizati, only the evidence at hand counts. Page 211. I was so struck by the analogy that I coined a term for our experience, the illusion of validity. I had discovered my first cognitive illusion. I think I've discovered some. Well, I've discovered some its, like the negate anything. I don't know whether I've discovered a cognitive illusion. What happened was remarkable. This is leading up to that. What happened was remarkable. The global evidence of our previous failures should have shaken our confidence in our judgments of the candidates, but it did not. It should also have caused us to moderate our predictions, but it did not. We knew as a general fact that our predictions were little better than random guesses, but we continued to feel and act as if each of our specific predictions was valid. I was reminded of the Mueller-Lyer illusion, in which we know the lines are of equal length, yet still see them as being different. I was so struck by the analogy that I coined a term for our experience, the illusion of validity. It's two lines with arrow with like the end arrows of the lines are going in different ways. I wouldn't remember that beforehand, but as we were reading, I came across this, and so this is what this is talking about. So those lines look like they're of different length. Okay. blah, blah, more substitution, representative. Ooh, I have a yes and a yeah, both with exclamation points. Page 212. Subjective confidence in a judgment is not a reasoned evaluation of the probability that this judgment is correct. Confidence is a feeling which reflects the coherence of the information and the cognitive ease of processing it. It is wise to take admissions of uncertainty seriously, but declarations of high confidence mainly tell you that an individual has constructed a coherent story in his mind, not necessarily that the story is true. Now let's see what else I said yeah about. In 1984, Amos and I and our friend Richard Thaler visited a Wall Street firm. Our host, a senior investment manager, had invited us to discuss the role of judgment biases in investing. And fuck this. Look, I'm not going to speak ill of Kahneman. I wouldn't. Kahneman is perfect in my mind. Halo effect. But it's just like, you sold out, bro. All this psychology research, you use it for fucking the Israeli military and finance bros, dude. But maybe that's my role then. You did the research, you needed to get money to do the research. Now let me use the research for the people. Seriously, I laughed because it felt all a bit silly and like I was trying to be dramatic and stuff and I had failed at it, but seriously, I do for the people, man. In 1984, Amos and I and our friend Richard Thaler visited a Wall Street firm. Our host, a senior investment manager, had invited us to discuss the role of judgment biases in investing. I knew so little about it. Like, doesn't that motivate you? That, like, look, you can deny all you want that the mind is a biological entity composed of all these heuristics. Okay. But do you really want to, considering that investment bankers are not denying that? Marketing teams are not denying that. Political campaign managers are not denying that. I was going to maybe say like religious leaders, but they are not denying that. So, I mean, you can deny it if you like, but I feel like you should be at least curious. What are they all believing in? And because I promise you, if it's true, you're gonna be fucked. Well, all the political advisors and all the people that I've said and all the people that learn about this stuff, the CEOs, and they'll know how to manipulate their employees and stuff. They'll know how to present an insurance package framed in such a way that even though it's the same value as another insurance package, that option thing, that it'll get more accepted, even though maybe it shouldn't be accepted, but it was phrased really well. And then you've got your dumbasses going, oh, no, the phrasing, I'm not an idiot. The phrasing's not going to affect me. Okay. But it's like, it's almost just like, what are I guess the trouble is that these investors, these marketers, these campaigners, the reward is clear. If I learn how the mind works, I'm going to be able to make fucking money and get power and stuff. Y'all don't really have the same incentive. So I'm trying to introduce one incentive, which is maybe you can avoid being played as easily as you are currently being played. And another thing is your marriage and your relationships will be better. So no, you don't get paid for being able to. I mean, yeah, you do in some senses. You won't have to, if you're a man and you're the breadwinner, or if you're the woman and the breadwinner, and you're going to get a divorce, you're going to lose half your stuff. You don't need to get a divorce. If both of you can just recognize you're both minds and making systematic errors. All right, let's try this one more time. In 1984, Amos and I and our friend Richard Taylor, or Thaler, I don't know, visited a Wall Street firm. Our host, a senior investment manager, had invited us to discuss the role of judgment biases in investing. I knew so little about finance that I did not even know what to ask him. But I remember one exchange. "When you sell a stock," I asked, "who buys it?" He answered with a wave in the vague direction of the window, indicating that he expected the buyer to be someone else very much like him. That was odd. What made one person buy and the other sell? What did the sellers think they knew that the buyers did not? Why'd I put yeah there? Oh, I'm saying like yeah to those questions? Yeah. Oh, I wrote here, oh, he went there. Page 213. The puzzle is why buyers and sellers alike think that the current price is wrong. What makes them believe they know more about what the price should be than the market does? For most of them, that belief is an illusion. He went there. Why did you just spend a whole paragraph saying the same thing repeatedly? Time loss. Weird on the bus. Time loss. Weird on the bus. Did I experience time loss when I was reading this? Facts at page 216. Facts that challenge such basic assumptions and thereby threaten people's livelihood and self-esteem are simply not absorbed. The mind does not digest them. Page 219, I wrote, so what does this mean then? Here's a balance to be there's a balance to be struck between just chilling and seeing where life takes you and depending on... My pen ran out of ink. I wrote a bunch of question marks here at the bottom of 219. Tetlock also found that experts resisted admitting that they had been wrong, and when they were compelled to admit error, they had a large collection of excuses. They had been wrong only in their timing, an unforeseeable event had intervened, or they had been wrong but for the right reasons. Experts are just human in the end. They are dazzled by their own brilliance and hate to be wrong. Experts are led astray not by what they believe, but by how they think, says Tetlock. He uses the terminology from Isaiah Berlin's essay on Tolstoy, The Hedgehog and the Fox. Hedgehogs know one big thing and have a theory about the world. They account for particular events within a coherent framework, bristle with impatience toward those who don't see things their way, and are confident in their forecasts. They are also especially reluctant to admit error. For hedgehogs, a failed prediction is almost always off only on timing or very nearly right. They are opinionated and clear, which is exactly what television producers love to see on programs. Two hedgehogs on different sides of an issue, each attacking the idiotic ideas of the adversary, make for a good show. Foxes, by contrast, are complex thinkers. They don't believe that one big thing drives the march of history. For example, they are unlikely to accept the view that Ronald Reagan single-handedly ended the Cold War by standing tall against the Soviet Union. Instead, the foxes recognize that reality emerges from the interactions of many different agents and forces, including blind luck, often producing large and unpredictable outcomes. It was the foxes who scored best in Tetlock's study, although their performance was still very poor. They are less likely than hedgehogs to be invited to participate in television debates. Page 21, speaking of illusory skill. He knows that the record indicates that the development of this illness is mostly unpredictable. How can he be so confident in this case? It sounds like an illusion of validity. She has a coherent story that explains all she knows, and the coherence makes her feel good. What makes him believe that he is smarter than the market? Is this an illusion of skill? She is a hedgehog. She has a theory that explains everything, and it gives her the illusion that she understands the world. The question is not whether these experts are well trained, it is whether their world is predictable. Intuitions versus formulas. No underlines, nothing in the whole chapter. All right, that's a chapter I should maybe read again. Well, let's see what it says in the speaking of. Speaking of judges versus formulas, page 233. Whenever we can replace human judgment by a formula, we should at least consider it. Definitely. He thinks his judgments are complex and subtle, but a simple combination of scores could probably do better. Oh, this is the whole baseball thing. Behind the Brad Pitt movie. He's surely. In 1955, as a 21-year-old lieutenant in the Israeli Defense Forces, I was assigned to set up an interview system for the entire army. Is this not going to be about the... whatever. The baseball thing is... Anyway, okay, no underlines. I mean, oh, maybe I was walking. Oh, I started walking to work, so I wasn't underlining maybe. Anyway, speaking of expert intuition, how much expertise does she have in this particular task? How much practice has she had? Does he really believe that the environment of startups is sufficiently regular to justify an intuition that goes against the base rates? She is very confident in her decision, but subjective confidence is a poor index of the accuracy of a judgment. Did he really have an opportunity to learn? How quick and how clear was the feedback he received on his judgments? I wrote, "What are you suggesting?" on page 257. We'll see. Anything before that? Speaking of the outside view, page 254, he's taking an inside view. He should forget about his own case and look for what happened in other cases. She is the victim of a planning fallacy. She's assuming a best case scenario, but there are too many different ways for the plan to fail, and she cannot foresee them all. Suppose you did not know a thing about this particular legal case. Hey, buddy. Come on over here. Come on over here, bro. Suppose you did not know a thing about this particular legal case, only that it involves a malpractice claim by an individual against a surgeon. What would be your baseline prediction? How many of these cases succeed in court? How many settle? What are the amounts? Is the case we are discussing stronger or weaker than similar claims? We are making an additional investment because we do not want to admit failure. This is an instance of the sunk cost fallacy. The engine of capitalism, chapter 24. I don't feel like getting upset about capitalism right now. Page 260. However, Wisiati plays its part, and entrepreneurs naturally focus on what they know best. However, Wisiati plays its part, and entrepreneurs naturally focus on what they know best. Their plans and actions in the most immediate threats and opportunities, such as the availability of funding. Page 263. An unbiased appreciation of uncertainty is a cornerstone of rationality, but it is not what people and organizations want. Yeah, capitalism loves confidence. Oh, I wrote genius here. Page 264. Organizations may be better able to tame optimism in individuals than individuals are. The best idea for doing so was contributed by Gary Klein, my adversarial collaborator, who generally defends intuitive decision-making against claims of bias and is typically hostile to algorithms. He labels his proposal the pre-mortem. The procedure is simple. When the organization has almost come to an important decision but has not formally committed itself, Klein proposes gathering for a brief session a group of individuals who are knowledgeable about the decision. The premise of the session is a short speech. Imagine that we are a year into the future. We implemented the plan as it now exists. The outcome was a disaster. Please take 5-10 minutes to write a brief history of that disaster. Great. Page 265. He's opening up his bag. Move, Nia. I gotta give him some. Move. Move. Hey, buddy. We actually don't do it that way. You can just like make noises, and then I'll come over and I'll pour some out. You go. Let that boy eat. You'll eat later. Okay. Why is your nose so dry? Drink water. Speaking of optimism, page 265. They have an illusion of control. They seriously underestimate the obstacles. They seem to suffer from an acute case of competitor neglect. This is a case of overconfidence. They seem to believe they know more than they actually do know. We should conduct a pre-mortem session. Someone may come up with a threat we have neglected. Pre-mortem session. That's so great. The book has how many parts? 4 parts? 5 parts. So, and then that will conclude our shivah for Kahneman. And then tomorrow we're going to try to do some real fucking work on writing out some its. We've got this big whiteboard. We're ready to go. And we're motivated by the death of our hero. By the way, what did he die of? Oh, I cut my Wi-Fi. Okay, part 4, choices. Thinking fast and slow. Littering. Justin should focus on black people. How do you change a litter? I'm not going to read that out loud. Unlike econs, the humans that psychologists know have a system 1, because psychologists, not Homo rationalis, he called them econs. Chapter 25, Bernoulli's errors. One day in the early 1970s, Amos handed me a mimeographed essay by a Swiss economist named Bruno Frey, which discussed the psychological assumptions of economic theory. I vividly remember the color of the cover, dark red. Bruno Frey barely recalls writing the piece, but I can still recite its first sentence. The agent of economic theory is rational, selfish, and his tastes do not change. Oh my gosh. By the way, this tomfoolery was very recently sort of addressed in the field of economics and by Kahneman, and not even really addressed. Most new economists are still going to have some rational assumption. And in the public, this is how we see each other, ourselves. The human agent is rational, selfish, and its tastes do not change. I was astonished. My economist colleagues worked in the building next door, but I had not appreciated the profound difference between our intellectual worlds. To a psychologist, it is self-evident that people are neither fully rational nor completely selfish, and that their tastes are anything but stable. Our two disciplines seem to be studying different species, which the behavioral economist Richard Thaler later dubbed econs and humans. Unlike econs, the humans that psychologists know have a system 1. Their view of the world is limited by the information that is available at a given moment, whiziati, and therefore they cannot be as consistent and logical as econs. So that was page 269. Next underline. We're also reading at the end of every chapter the little quotes, example uses of his ideas that he would love to have heard, and it is still our dream to hear people talking like this. Well, for him, it was around the office water cooler. For me, it's around the water cooler. It's about the people. Speaking of Bernoulli's errors, he was very happy with a $20,000 bonus 3 years ago, but his salary has gone up by 20% since. So he will need a higher bonus to get the same utility. Now, both candidates are willing to accept the salary we're offering, but they won't be equally satisfied because their reference points are different. She currently has a much higher salary. She's suing him for alimony. She would actually like to settle, but he prefers to go to court. That's not surprising. She can only gain, so she's risk averse. He, on the other hand, faces options that are all bad, so he'd rather take the risk. In our vocabulary, so she averses risk and he avants risk. Chapter 26, Prospect Theory. Oh, look, page 283, I wrote, very cool, I understand it. Oh, this is kind of familiar. Yeah, it is about loss aversion and stuff, prospect theory. Anyway. We're not going to talk. That was what he won the Nobel Prize for. Page 288, speaking of prospect theory. He suffers from extreme loss aversion, which makes him turn down very favorable opportunities. Considering her vast wealth, her emotional response to trivial gains and losses makes no sense. He weighs losses about twice as much as gains, which is normal. The endowment effect, chapter 27. Page 296, selling goods that one would normally use activates regions of the brain that are associated with disgust and pain. Speaking of the endowment effect, page 299. She didn't care which of the two offices she would get, but a day after the announcement was made, she was no longer willing to trade. Endowment effect. These negotiations are going nowhere because both sides find it difficult to make concessions, even when they can get something in return. Losses loom larger than gains. When they raised their prices, demand dried up. He just hates the idea of selling his house for less money than he paid for it. Loss aversion is at work. He is a miser and treats any dollar he spends as a loss. Ain't broke, don't fix it. The Constitution. So we're in chapter Bad Events, page 306. We studied public perceptions of what constitutes unfair behavior on the part of merchants, employers, and landlords. Good. Our overarching question was whether the opprobrium attached to unfairness imposes constraints on profit seeking. We found that it does. We also found that the moral rules by which the public evaluates what firms may or may not do draw a crucial distinction between losses and gains. The basic principle is that the existing wage, price, or rent sets a reference point which has the nature of an entitlement that must not be infringed. It is considered, this is what I underlined, it is considered unfair for the firm to impose losses on its customers or workers relative to the reference transaction unless it must do so to protect its own entitlement. I don't know why I asked about the Constitution. I don't know really what that means. But what I did think about is all the folks on Instagram complaining about capitalism and these industries and stuff. But they ain't talking like this. Altruistic, page 308, altruistic punishment could well be the glue that holds societies together. However, our brains are not designed to reward generosity as reliably as they punish meanness. Here again, we find a marked asymmetry between losses and gains. By the way, as a reminder for how far removed my dad is from authority on the topic, he told me that psychologists don't study the brain, which is just a stupid thing to say. Here's a Nobel Prize winning psychologist who does, I guess the fact he's talking about, because he also talks about economics, but it would still be true that a psychologist doesn't study economics. All right, I take it back. It's still stupid, but this isn't the evidence of its stupidity. Page 309, speaking of losses, this reform will not pass. Those who stand to lose will fight harder than those who stand to gain. Each of them thinks the other's concessions are less painful. They are both wrong, of course. It's just the asymmetry of losses. They would find it easier to renegotiate the agreement if they realized the pie was actually expanding. They're not allocating losses, they're allocating gains. Rental prices around here have gone up recently, but our tenants don't think it's fair that we should raise their rent too. They feel entitled to their current terms. Great, give away for landlords to talk accurately about the irrationality of their tenants. Fantastic. My clients don't resent the price hike because they know my costs have gone up too. My clients don't resent the price hike because they know my costs have gone up too. They accept my right to stay profitable. Possibility effect, certainty effect. I mean, you know, it's getting dark. What do I have here? I am flawed in this way. I don't understand why you would reject it. It eliminates the possibility of coming out with $0. All right, well, anyway, that's something about the fourfold pattern or something that was described. What did I say? Ho shit? No. I wrote, what? And I wrote, it's shit? I don't know. So you started in the first problem with a preference for the left-hand turn, which was then improved more than the right hand. Oh no, left-hand earn. Anyway, whatever. Now we're into 2014. All right, speaking of the fourfold pattern, page 321, he is tempted to sell this frivolous claim. He is tempted to settle this frivolous claim to avoid a freak loss, however unlikely. That's overweighting of small probabilities. Since he is likely to face many similar problems, he would be better off not yielding. We never let our vacations hang on a last-minute deal. We're willing to pay a lot for certainty. They will not cut their losses so long as there is a chance of breaking even. This is risk-seeking in the losses. They know the risk of a gas explosion is minuscule, but they want it mitigated. It's a possibility effect, and they want peace of mind. Or yeah, if something is possible, then it's considered like something to address, even if it's like 0.5% possible. If it's, as long as it's above 0. Page 326. The mere possibility of a shock triggered the full-blown fear response. I underline that. After it says the Chicago team proposed that affect-laden imagery overwhelmed the response to probability. 10 years later, a team of psychologists at Princeton challenged that conclusion. Whatever. Page 327. As expected, the difference between the high probability and low probability gambles was much more pronounced for the money than for the roses. Okay. Page 328, I wrote, oh, it speaks directly to our more primitive brains by bypassing our calculation. Sure, maybe that's accurate for whatever he was saying at that moment. There are exceptions, of course, in which focusing on an event does not raise its probability. Page 331, cases in which an erroneous theory makes an event appear impossible, even when you think about it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Speaking of rare events, page 333, tsunamis are very rare, even in Japan, but the image is so vivid and compelling that tourists are bound to overestimate their probability. It's the familiar disaster cycle. Begin by exaggeration and overweighting, then neglect sets in. We shouldn't focus on a single scenario or we will overestimate its probability. Let's set up specific alternatives and make the probabilities add up to 100%. They want people to be worried by the risk. That's why they describe it as 1 death per 1,000. They're counting on denominator neglect. Right? Because if you instead set 1,000 per a million, they'll go, whoa, 1,000 deaths because we neglected the denominator. All we care about is the numerator. So there's a big difference between saying 1 in 1,000 versus 1,000 in a million, for instance. And also the availability. You can picture 1,000 people and say, whoa, that's not good. Risk policies. Speaking of risk policies, page 341. Tell her to think like a trader. You win a few, you lose a few. I decided to evaluate my portfolio only once a quarter. I am too loss averse to make sensible decisions in the face of daily price fluctuations. They never buy extended warranties. That's their risk policy. Each of our executives is loss averse in his or her domain. That's perfectly natural. But the result is that the organization is not taking enough risk. Keeping score. Are you going to explain this? Idea of the event that would have been normal. Major theme and morality. Oh, okay. Yeah, still works. Wow. The key is not the page 348. The key is not the difference between commission and omission, but the distinction between default options and actions that deviate from the default. And then what I put wow for was in a compelling demonstration of the power of default options. Participants played a computer simulation of blackjack. Some players were asked, do you wish to hit? While others were asked, do you wish to stand? Regardless of the question, saying yes was associated with much more regret than saying no if the outcome was bad. The question evidently suggests a default response, which is, I don't have a strong wish to do it. It is the departure from the default that produces regret. Another situation in which action is the default is that of a coach whose team lost badly in their last game. The coach is expected to make a change of personnel or strategy, and a failure to do so will produce blame and regret. The minority who found, page 350, the minority who found a discount they could accept demanded an amount that was significantly higher than the amount they were willing to pay for a far larger improvement in the safety of the product. Okay, speaking of keeping score. He has separate mental accounts for cash and credit purchases. I constantly remind him that money is money. All right. We are hanging on to that stock just to avoid closing our mental account at a loss. It's the disposition effect. We discovered an excellent dish at that restaurant, and we never try anything else to avoid regret. Because fuck, I was here at the restaurant, I didn't order that. Even though I know that I love it. Why did I try something new? It was not good. Of course, it could have been, wow, that was amazing. Now I have another favorite. But we're very risk averse. And we're regret averse. The salesperson showed me the most expensive car seat and said it was the safest, and I could not bring myself to buy the cheaper model. It felt like a taboo trade-off. Did simultaneous presentation experiments ever involve assigning values? Page 361, chapter reversals. I was surprised to learn from Cass Sunstein that jurors who are to assess punitive damages are explicitly prohibited from considering other cases. The legal system, contrary to psychological common sense, favors single evaluation. Speaking of reversals, page 362. The BTU units meant nothing to me until I saw how much air conditioning units vary. Joint evaluation was essential. You say this was an outstanding speech because you compared it to her other speeches. Compared to others, she was still inferior. Because you compared to her other speeches. If you compare to other people's speeches. It is often the case that when you broaden the frame, you reach more reasonable decisions. So just so you can see where we're at. When you see cases in isolation, you are likely to be guided by an emotional reaction of System 1. Page 363, chapter Frames and Reality. The fact that logically equivalent statements evoke different reactions makes it impossible for humans to be as reliably rational as econs. Losses, page 364, losses evoke stronger negative feelings than costs. Blah, blah, some more stuff on Richard Thaler. Page 366. Although neuroscientists carefully, that actually supports my dad's whole thing. Although neuroscientists carefully avoid the language of this part of the brain does such and such. They have learned a great deal about the personalities of different brain regions, and the contribution of analyses of brain activity to psychological interpretation has greatly improved. I mean, obviously, in his time, psychology wasn't, I mean, they couldn't study the brain, you know? So, I mean, I still think that it's a stupid thing to say that psychology isn't about the brain. It is true to say that 20th century psychologists were looking at behavior more than they were at biology. You know, Skinnerism, behaviorism, whatever. All right. I got it, then I lost, page 370. I got it, then I lost it, but now it makes sense again. My system one tried to put up a fight when my working memory glitched. I lost focus, all right? Your moral feelings are attached to frames, to descriptions of reality rather than to reality itself. I would have thought that would cause the opposite. The explanation, page 371, the explanation should already be familiar. This problem involves mental accounting and the sunk cost fallacy. The different frames evoke different mental accounts, and the significance of the loss depends on the account to which it is posted. Yeah. Okay, in part 5, 2 selves. Okay. All right, it's getting dark. Let's go. Oh, shit. Speaking of frames in reality, they will feel better about what happened if they manage to frame the outcome in terms of how much money they kept rather than how much they lost. Now, let's reframe the problem by changing the reference point. Imagine we did not own it. How much would we think it is worth? Charge the loss to your mental account of general revenue. You will feel better. They ask you to check the box to opt out of their mailing list. Their list would shrink if they asked you to check a box to opt in. Biology versus rationality. Interesting. Page 385. This is the end of chapter 35 of 2 Selves, which is only a few pages long. And maybe we should look at this again, but right now I'm tired. I need to eat, and it's getting dark. Page 385, the evidence presents a profound challenge to the idea that humans have consistent preferences and know how to maximize them, a cornerstone of the rational agent model. An inconsistency is built into the design of our minds. We have strong preferences about the duration of our experiences of pain and pleasure. We want pain to be brief and pleasure to last. But our memory, a function of System 1, has evolved to represent the most intense moment of an episode of pain or pleasure, the peak, and the feelings when the episode was at its end. It's called the peak end thing rule. A memory that neglects duration will not serve our preference for long pleasure and short pains. Okay, speaking of 2 selves, you are thinking of your failed marriage entirely from the perspective of the remembering self. A divorce is like a symphony with a screeching sound at the end. The fact that it ended badly does not mean it was all bad. There you go, that's what I'm talking about. Examples like that, that's what we want to see. This is a bad case of duration neglect. You are giving the good and the bad part of your experience equal weight, although the good part lasted 10 times as long as the other. That's another good one. Chapter 36, Life is a Story. Page 387, duration neglect is normal in a story, and the ending often defines its character. Okay. Speaking of Life is a Story, page 390. He is desperately trying to protect the narrative of a life of integrity, which is endangered by the latest episode. The length to which he was willing to go for a one-night encounter is a sign of total duration neglect. That's a very good one. You seem to be devoting your entire vacation to the construction of memories. Perhaps you should put away the camera and enjoy the moment, even if it is not very memorable. Yes, and that's something that took me a long time to appreciate. She's an Alzheimer's patient. She no longer maintains the narrative of her life, but her experiencing self is still sensitive to beauty and gentleness. Page 395 from the chapter Experienced Well-Being. In normal circumstances, however, we draw pleasure and pain from what is happening at the moment if we attend to it. Speaking of experienced well-being, page 397. The objective of policy should be to reduce human suffering. We aim for a lower U index in society. Dealing with depression and extreme poverty should be a priority. The easiest way to increase happiness is to control your use of time. Can you find more time to do the things you enjoy doing? These are great. Beyond the satiation level of income, you can buy more pleasurable experiences, but you will lose some of your ability to enjoy the less expensive ones. That's good. Thinking about life. I put 3 bars by this. Page 402. Nothing in life is as important as you think it is when you are thinking about it. That's great. I wrote on page 403, but each student reported according to what they were familiar with. Whatever, we're not going to investigate that. Big question mark. Page 406, Daniel Gilbert and Timothy Wilson introduced the word miswanting to describe bad choices that arise from errors of affective forecasting. This word deserves to be in everyday language. The focusing illusion, which Gilbert and Wilson called focalism, is a rich source of miswanting. In particular, it makes us prone to exaggerate the effect of significant purchases or change circumstances on our future well-being. Compare 2 commitments that would change some aspects of your life: buying a comfortable new car and joining a group that meets weekly, perhaps a poker or a book club. Both experiences will be novel and exciting at the start. The crucial difference is that you will eventually pay little attention to the car as you drive it, but you will always attend to the social interaction to which you committed yourself. By whizzy-addy, you are likely to exaggerate the long-term benefits of the car, but you are not likely to make the same mistake for a social gathering or for inherently attention-demanding activities such as playing tennis or learning to play the cello. Sorry, I'm looking to make sure my mic is still on. It's going to go out any second, I think. The focusing illusion creates a bias in favor of goods and experiences that are initially exciting, even if they will eventually lose their appeal. Time is neglected, causing experiences that will retain our attention value in the long term to be appreciated less than they deserve to be. I don't know why there's a big question mark by that. Page 407, speaking of thinking about life. She thought that buying a fancy car would make her happier, but it turned out to be an error of affective forecasting. His car broke down on the way to work this morning, and he's in a foul mood. This is not a good day to ask him about his job satisfaction. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like the examples have been much more for the people. So anyways, I want to take back any complaint I had. I don't think you should be complaining when you're sitting shivah anyway. His car broke down on the way to work this morning and he's in a foul mood. This is not a good day to ask him about his job satisfaction. She looks quite cheerful most of the time, but when she is asked, she says she is very unhappy. The question must make her think of her recent divorce. Buying a larger house may not make us happier in the long term. We could be suffering from a focusing illusion. He has chosen to split his time between 2 cities, probably a serious case of miswanting. Conclusions. What is being said here? I don't know, and I can't tell you right now because we're rushing to, we're on a P. Just because it sounds mean? What's this about? Econs in humans, page 411. Let's read this. Econs and humans. In everyday speech, we call people reasonable if it is possible to reason with them, if their beliefs are generally in tune with reality, and if their preferences are in line with their interests and their values. Okay, but we can't really evaluate those things. Anyway, the word rational conveys an image of greater deliberation, more calculation, and less warmth, but in common language, a rational person is certainly reasonable. I think this is deviating from the rationality he had defined earlier. For economists and decision theorists, the adjective has an altogether different meaning. The only test of rationality is not whether a person's beliefs and preferences are reasonable, but whether they are internally consistent. Yeah. Well, that's not, but yeah, anyway. A rational person can believe in ghosts so long as all her other beliefs are consistent with the existence of ghosts. A rational person can prefer being hated over being loved as long as his preferences are consistent. And a rational person can want to die as long as it's, consistent. And I'm pretty sure that it is. Um, Rationality is logical coherence, reasonable or not. Econs are rational by this definition, but there's overwhelming evidence that humans cannot be. An econ would not be susceptible to priming, Wisiadi, narrow framing, the inside view, or preference reversals, which humans cannot consistently avoid. The definition of rationality as coherence is impossibly restrictive. It demands adherence to rules of logic that a finite mind is not able to implement. Reasonable people cannot be rational by that definition, but they should not be branded as irrational for that reason. Irrational is a strong word which connotes impulsivity, emotionality, and a stubborn resistance to reasonable argument. I often cringe when my work with Amos is credited with demonstrating that human choices are irrational, when in fact our research only showed that humans are not well described by the rational agent model. All right, so that's why I said, just because it sounds mean. All right. Page 412, he was making a valuable point. When we observe people acting in ways that seem odd, we should first examine the possibility that they have a good reason to do what they do. Yeah. Page 416, System 1 registers the cognitive ease with which it processes information, but it does not generate a warning signal when it becomes unreliable. Intuitive answers come to mind quickly and confidently, whether they originate from skills or from heuristics. There is no simple way for System 2 to distinguish between a skilled and a heuristic response. Its only recourse is to slow down and attempt to construct an answer on its own, which it is reluctant to do because it is indolent. Many suggestions of System 1 are casually endorsed with minimal checking, as in the bat and ball problem. This is how System 1 acquires its bad reputation as the source of errors and biases. Its operative features, which include Wisiadi, intensity matching, and associative coherence, among others, give rise to predictable biases and to cognitive illusions such as anchoring, non-regressive predictions, overconfidence, and numerous others. What can be done about biases? How can we improve judgments and decisions, both our own and those of the institutions that we serve and that serve us? The short answer is that little can be achieved without a considerable investment of effort. As I know from experience, System 1 is not readily educable. Except for some effects that I attribute mostly to age, my intuitive thinking is just as prone to overconfidence, extreme predictions, and the planning fallacy as it was before I made my study of these issues. I have improved only in my ability to recognize situations in which errors are likely. This number will be an anchor. The decision could change if the problem is reframed. And I have made much more progress in recognizing the errors of others than my own. The way to block errors that originate in System 1 is simple in principle. Recognize the signs that you are in a cognitive minefield, slow down, and ask for reinforcement from System 2, which is also fallible, by the way, but just a little bit better, gives you a better chance. This is how you will proceed when you next encounter the Mueller-Liar illusion. When you see lines with fins, I think I showed it in the previous video. When you see lines with fins pointing in different directions, you will recognize the situation as one in which you should not trust your impressions of length. Unfortunately, the sensible procedure is least likely to be applied when it is needed most. We would all like to have a warning bell that rings loudly whenever we are about to make a serious error, but no such bell is available, and cognitive illusions are generally more difficult to recognize than perceptual illusions. The voice of reason may be much fainter than the loud and clear voice of an erroneous intuition. And questioning your intuitions is unpleasant when you face the stress of a big decision. More doubt is the last thing you want when you are in trouble. The upshot is that it is much easier to identify a minefield when you observe others wandering into it than when you are about to do so. Observers are less cognitively busy and more open to information than actors. Observers are more open to information than actors because they're less cognitively busy. That was my reason for writing a book that is oriented to critics and gossipers rather than to decision makers. And that was one thing that was great about the text. It was always gossiping about someone else's decision. Organizations are better than individuals when it comes to avoiding errors because they naturally think more slowly and have the power to impose orderly procedures. Organizations can institute and enforce the application of useful checklists as well as more elaborate exercises, such as reference class forecasting and the premortem. At least in part by providing a distinctive vocabulary, organizations can also encourage a culture in which people watch out for one another as they approach minefields. Whatever else it produces, an organization is a factory that manufactures judgments and decisions. Every factory must have ways to ensure the quality of its products in the initial design, in fabrication, and in final inspections. The corresponding stages in the production of decisions are the framing of the problem that is to be solved, the collection of relevant information leading to a decision, and reflection and review. An organization that seeks to improve its decision product should routinely look for efficiency improvements at each of these stages. The operative concept is routine. Constant quality control is an alternative to the wholesale review of processes that organizations commonly undertake in the wake of disasters. There is much to be done to improve decision-making. One example out of many is the remarkable absence of systematic training for the essential skill of conducting efficient meetings. Ultimately, a richer language is essential to the skill of constructive criticism. Much like medicine, the identification of judgment errors is a diagnostic task which requires a precise vocabulary. The name of a disease is a hook to which all that is known about the disease is attached, including vulnerabilities, environmental factors, symptoms, prognosis, and care. Similarly, labels such as anchoring effects, narrow framing, or excessive coherence bring together in memory everything we know about a bias, its effects, its causes, its effects, and what can be done about it. And now for the last paragraph. There is a direct link from more precise gossip at the water cooler to better decisions. Decision makers are sometimes better able to imagine the voices of present gossipers and future critics than to hear the hesitant voice of their own doubts. They will make better choices when they trust their critics to be sophisticated and fair, and when they expect their decision to be judged by how it was made, not only by how it turned out. Let me pee before we do closing remarks. Excuse me. Hey, no, fucking no. Yes, the toilet. That's open now. Sorry. Oh, we're gonna go in and pee. I'm so fucking hungry, dude. I'm dying. So did you... Why is my poo? I hope someone's just farting it in poo over here somewhere. Oh, God. Maybe this whole time I have the toilet open? I don't know. Okay, closing remarks. So, I owe everything to Kahneman. I would never have understood the mind, or, developed it theory if it hadn't been for him, and the ideas that he presented in that book in particular. So what's our takeaway? You exist in a really important time. Because all times, I mean, whenever there's a new idea that conflicts with the modern idea, anybody's going to be like, so this is an important time. But seriously, bro, at no past point have humans understood what they are and the thinking apparatus. Economists were studying humans on a stupid premise that humans are selfish, that they know how to achieve their desires, and that their desires are consistent. And it's just so major. And hell, like with everything that's happening in Israel and Palestine, more than ever, not more than ever, but just it should be so obvious, so salient how important it is that we learn how minds function, that we learn about overconfidence, and that we critique each other about our overconfidence and our mechanisms. Most of the conversations about the conflict are fucking stupid. Most of the things said are fucking stupid. And we need to be able to, wait a minute, hold on. That's a salience thing. That's an anchoring thing. That's a blah, blah, blah. And all of these things that he described are mallets, are its that are maladaptive to the given situation. So that's what I'm working on, how to do map-its of how the different, this is halo effect, which triggered outcome bias, which blah, blah. And anyway, so it's really, really important work. And yeah, bro. While other humans are fucking around thinking they're souls and stuff, just like Amos Tversky and Kahneman were doing the work they were doing, for now, both of them are dead. And hopefully one day in the future, their work will be appreciated and have its appropriate effect. And so, we, you and me, need to keep working on this stuff, even though we might not, have someone talk about it until we die. Amos Tversky wasn't even alive for the Nobel Prize. Daniel Kahneman won't be alive for when this becomes water cooler talk. He's already dead. I want to turn on my Wi-Fi to find out what he died from. Excuse me, all right, or you just Google it, so this way that'll give you a reason to look at his page. All right. And then, of course, I've done good work on the vocabulary, and so it's all about creating precise language for brains to be able to talk about themselves accurately. Okay, happy Shiva Kapoor, whatever you say. Shalom. By the way, I didn't want to ruin my picture of my hero, so I kind of accidentally saw it. I didn't really want to look it up. And when I read The Undoing Project, Michael, some racist piece of shit, who talked about Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky's work together, it was kind of, I feel like it was pretty racist regarding the Arabs. But anyway, Daniel Kahneman, who was like 11 years old, hiding in France from the Nazis, and then moved to Israel when that was made, and then was in the IDF, used his research to help the Israeli army. So he said in 2015, according to Wikipedia, he has always been far on the left of the spectrum in Israeli politics. Of course, that's relative to Israeli politics, but anyway. So that is a relief to see. One thing I forgot. Oh, fuck! I was just trying to show you. I wasn't trying to actually pour it out here. Oh, fuck me. Oh, well done. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. Alright, what does that counts then, right? That counts then, right? That's for you, Kahneman. That's for you, buddy.